everyone. Waiting for participants to join. We'll start the session in next few minutes. Till then, follow us on our social media platforms. I have shared the link in the chat. Hello, everyone. Can please someone please just confirm if I'm audible? Am I audible clearly, Archie?
Yes, Shubh, you're audible.
Thank you. So, we'll start the session. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. The topic for today is AI-3016, develop generative AI apps in Azure. This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. Uh, Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics. Synergetics is leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling uh, digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which are persona based onboarding, onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced role based certification, and finally to expert level certifications. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log into the Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We're thrilled to have Mr. Smith Shah as our today's speaker. He's a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is Introduction to Generative AI and Azure AI Ecosystem, working with Azure OpenAI services and Chat and GPT models, building generative AI applications with Azure tools, enhancing apps using Azure Cognitive Search services and search, and deployment, scaling, and best practices. This is the 7 hours of learning plan, which includes one-day webinars, self-learning plan, mentoring, and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more, please connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for SC5 for AI3016, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn profile and Twitter profile as well. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. Uh, Also, the link will be shared in the chat box for this badge. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. I'd like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. The Saturday webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs of these courses run over 4 days, and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. On my screen, you can see the list of in-demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. Uh, for more details, I'll share contact to one of my colleagues, Mr. Vivek Balasundaram. You can connect with him. Do follow us on our social media platform to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, and certification training we do. Also, the link is shared in the chat box. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. Now, we'll hand over the mic to our speaker.
Yes, thanks, Shubh. So, good morning to each and every one of you, and welcome to this webinar. My name is Smith Shah, and I will be your mentor for this webinar. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. On top of that, I'm a Azure certified data scientist, a Azure certified AI engineer, as well as a Azure certified data engineer. And I've been conducting trainings in the data science and AI field since the last 7 to 8 years for multiple international as well as domestic clients, including LTI Mindtree, uh, Cognizant, Accenture, and many, many more. So that was just a brief introduction about me. Now, let's start off with our today's webinar. So, before going ahead and explaining you the concepts mentioned in the curriculum of today's webinar, I will just like to mention the overview of what we are going to cover today. So, guys, first, I'll be going ahead and explaining to you how to interact with a Gen AI model. Okay. How to interact with a generative AI model. I'll be showing you two approaches for that. One will be using the without code approach, and second is using the with code approach. After that, I'll be showing to you how to pass your own data to the Gen AI model. Okay. And once you learn this, actually, I have not shared my screen. Sorry for that. I just realized right now I was typing, but I did not share my screen. All right. So as I mentioned, the first thing that we are going to cover is we are going to understand how to interact with a Gen AI model. First is using the without code approach, other is using the with code approach. The second thing that we are going to learn is we are going to learn how to pass your own data to the Gen AI model. And after that, I'm going to show you how to integrate agents to your Gen AI model. So what are agents? How to integrate them to your Gen AI model? All of that we'll try to understand. All right, let's start with our point one in our agenda, which is to interact with a Gen AI model. So what we'll do is we'll interact with a Gen AI model available on Azure. I'm sure many of you have already interacted with some of the other Gen AI model like GPT 3.5, GPT-4, GPT-4o. All of these Gen AI models are made by a company called OpenAI. There are other Gen AI models like Claude, which are made by Anthropic company. Okay, so different companies have created their own Gen AI models. Okay, but I'm sure you would have interacted with these popular models like GPT 3.5, GPT-4, and so on. These popular models are made by a company called OpenAI. Currently, there is an agreement between OpenAI company and Azure company. As per that agreement, whatever Gen AI models OpenAI company will create, they will make it available on Azure as well. And they will make that available through a service called Azure OpenAI service. So what we'll do is today we will use that service. Now in Azure, there is a rule that whenever you want to use any service of Azure, you have to go ahead and create a resource of that service. Okay. So since I want to use the Azure OpenAI service, what I will have to do, I will have to go ahead and create a resource of it. Let me show you how to do that. So first, try to search for the service that you want to work with. I want to work with Azure OpenAI service, right? And you can see there is an option for it in the search result. I'll just click on that option. Now what I'll do, in Azure, there is a rule whenever you want to use any service of Azure, you have to go ahead and create a resource of that service. So since I want to use the Azure OpenAI service, I will go ahead and create a resource of that service. In order to create a resource of this service, I'll click on this create button. This will redirect me to a form that I have to fill. So let's understand all the fields present in the form. The first field present in the form is asking me to select subscription. Remember guys that from your Azure account, you can create multiple subscriptions for different members of your organization. Maybe the first subscription you can create for a person in the HR team. The second subscription you can create for a person in the IT team and so on. Every subscription can have different set of permissions assigned to it. So for example, the first subscription that you are creating for HR employee, that HR employee is only going to use Azure just to store some files. So in the subscription that you have created for this HR employee, you will only give access to storage service of Azure. Whereas the second subscription that you are creating is for a person in the IT team. This IT person is going to do a lot of work on Azure. So in the subscription that you have created for this IT employee, you will give access to all the services of Azure. So the point that I'm making is in different subscriptions, you can assign different set of permissions. Additionally, in every subscription, you can assign different amount of money, different amount of credits into it. So for example, the first subscription that you have created is for a HR employee. This HR employee is not going to do a lot of work on Azure. So in the subscription that you have created for this HR employee, you will upload less amount of money. Let's suppose something like $20. Then the second subscription that you are creating is for a person in the IT team. This IT person is going to do a lot of work on Azure. So in the subscription that you have created for this IT employee, you will upload more amount of money. Let's suppose something like $1,000. So the point that I'm making is from your Azure account, you can create multiple subscriptions for different employees of your organization. Every subscription can have different set of permissions assigned to it, and every subscription can have different amount of money uploaded into it. Okay. So currently only one subscription is available to me, and this subscription has been provided to me by Microsoft. Every Microsoft certified trainer will be provided this subscription. And what Microsoft does is every month they upload $100 worth of credit into it just so that the trainers can conduct lectures. So currently I have only one subscription available to me. So I have no other option but to choose that one. But if you have other subscriptions available with you, you can go ahead and choose the one that you like. All right. Then the next field in the form is asking me to upload my resource in some or the other resource group. Either I can choose a existing resource group or create a new one. Let me create a new one. I will call it webinar resource group. Okay. Then I'm being asked to choose the region for my resource. Okay. I'm being asked to choose the region for my resource. There are two things to note with respect to region. First point is make sure to choose a region closer to your user for better latency. So if your user is in United States, make sure to choose a region closer to United States for better latency. That is point number one. Point number two is that depending upon the region that you choose, you will have access to different OpenAI models. Okay, so you can go ahead and look at the documentation page to figure out in which region you have access to which OpenAI model. But if you ask me to mention one region which has access to most of the important OpenAI models, it is Sweden Central region. Okay, but this keeps on changing, guys. Every month they try to add new models to the regions. So it's better to look at the documentation page available at that time to understand that in which region you have access to which OpenAI model. So for example, here if I go to the documentation page and if I scroll below in that documentation page, you will see a table. In that table, it will show you that in different regions, you have access to which OpenAI models. Okay. So for example, here you can see in Sweden Central region, you have access to most of the important OpenAI models. Whereas in Australia East region, you have access to very few OpenAI models and so on. Okay. So make sure that the model that you want to use, it is available in your region. Okay. Fine. So I've chosen Sweden Central Region over here. After that, I'm being asked to give a name to my resource. Remember, we are creating a resource of Azure OpenAI service. So I'm being asked to give some name to this resource. So let me give it a name. I'll call it webinar OpenAI resource. Let's see if this name is accepted by Azure. Yes, I get a tick mark next to it, indicating that this name is accepted. After that, I'm being asked to choose the pricing tier for my resource. Remember, there will be two pricing tiers available with you. First will be your free tier, and second will be your standard tier. What's the difference between free tier and standard tier? Well, with free tier, the advantage is that it is free to use. You don't have to pay any cost for using the model. However, the disadvantage with free tier is that there are a lot of limitations with respect to usage. So you might only be able to call the model 20 times in an hour or 25 times an hour. Okay, this limit would keep on changing. Whereas in standard tier, the disadvantage is that you will have to pay some cost for usage. But unlike free tier, where there is a lot of limitations with respect to usage, free tier would say that, okay, you can only call the model 20 times per hour. In standard tier, that limit would not exist. Okay. So earlier there were two pricing tiers, free and standard, but right now the free tier is not available. Okay, it has been removed. So you only have one option, which is standard tier option. Okay. So we have no other option but to choose that one. Okay. Now let me click on next button. With this, I will go to the next page of this form. Here I'm being asked to do network configuration. Okay. There are three options shown to me over here. Let me explain each option one by one. So guys, selecting the first option means that the resource that you are creating will be accessible over the internet. It will have a public endpoint that can be reached from any network, provided that the requester has the necessary authentication credentials. On the other hand, selecting the second option allows you to specify which networks can access the resource. It's a more secure setting because you can limit access to certain networks that you trust. Let's suppose you are working in a company like Accenture. You only want that people who are connected to Accenture network should be able to access this resource. For that, you will have to choose the second option. Additionally, you might want that only specific IP addresses should be able to access your resource. So for example, instead of making sure that all the employees in your Accenture company can access the resource, you want to ensure that only the employees of your team, let's suppose your team is comprised of four people, you only want to ensure that those four people should be able to access your resource. So you can also configure it that way. You can specify that, okay, only these four IP addresses should be able to access your resource. Okay, so these are more secure setting. On the other hand, selecting the third option over here, make sure that resource will not be accessible from any public network, including the internet. The only way to access the resource will be through a private endpoint. What is a private endpoint? A private endpoint is a network interface that connects you privately and securely to a service available on Azure. Okay. So remember that private endpoints use private IP address from a virtual network, ensuring that the traffic between your virtual network and the service on Azure does not traverse the internet. So guys, the choice among these three options should be guided based on the specific network security requirements of your organization. For public facing services, you might opt for the first option. Whereas for sensitive or internal services, you would likely choose the second or third option to enhance security. For this demo, I will go ahead and choose the first option and then click on this button called next to go to the next page of this form. Now here I'm being asked to do tag configuration. Tags are nothing but name value pairs that you assign to any resource. Why are tags required? Let's understand. Let's suppose you are in a clothing shop. Okay. Now every cloth in that clothing shop will have a tag assigned to it, which helps the shopkeeper get more information about that cloth. So for example, if you ask the shopkeeper for the price of the cloth, the shopkeeper will look at the tag attached to the cloth and tell you that, okay, this cloth cost 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees and so on. So that tag is helping the shopkeeper getting more information about the cloth, right? Similarly, let's suppose we are going to create multiple resources of Azure OpenAI service. Maybe one resource I have created for this webinar. Another resource I would create maybe for a client called Accenture. Another resource I would create maybe for a client called TCS and so on. Now I want to know which resource I created for which purpose. Okay. In that scenario, what you can do is you can go ahead and assign tags to your resource. So I can say over here that this resource was created for webinar purpose. And what was the date of creation? I will mention the date as well. Okay, so I will say that the date is 16th of August 2025. So over here I've assigned two tags. Okay. In order to assign tags, you need help of tag name and tag value. You can assign any tag name, you can assign any tag value of your choice. So assigning tags to a resource is not mandatory. So if you don't want to assign any tag to a resource, that's fine as well. Okay, for this demo, I will not assign any tag, as today I'm only going to create one resource. So assigning tag is not required. Okay, but if you want to, you are free to do that. After that, I will click on this button called next to go to the next page of the form. This is the last page. Here, Azure is running a validation in the backend just to check whether it can give me the things that I'm asking for. If the validation is successful, then the create button will be enabled. And now you can see the create button has been enabled. Let me click on it. And with this, a resource of OpenAI service will get created. I will have to wait for a minute, and soon a resource of OpenAI service will get created. Once the resource of OpenAI service is created, through that resource, we will try to interact with the Gen AI models. Okay. There are two ways that I will show to you. One is the without code approach to interact with a Gen AI model. Second is the with code approach to interact with a Gen AI model. Okay. So I'm just waiting for the resource of Azure OpenAI service to get created. It would take around a minute. So let's wait till then. Okay. Now, your Manish has a doubt. Manish says, does this? So I guess Manish was asking about network configuration. Okay. So Manish is asking, is it like whitelisting or do we need to add these? So whatever IP addresses to which you want to provide access, there are two ways. One is you individually specify the IP addresses. Okay, let's suppose there are 4 members in your team. You can mention the individual IP addresses, or you can go ahead and specify a range of IP addresses that any IP address from this value to this value should be given access. So what we do is, let's suppose we want to give access to all the IP addresses. Okay. Now, whether it's your IP address or my IP address, I'm sure that it will fall within this range. Okay, that it will fall within this range from 0 to 0.0 up till 255.255.255. So the point that I'm mentioning over here, Manish, is you can either mention the individual IP addresses or you can mention a range like this, that any IP addresses from this range up from this value up till this value will be given access. Okay, so you will have to specify details of the IP addresses to which you want to provide access. Okay. Then Shubham says, when we are creating a resource, no, Shubham, it's not like creating a compute. So if you are aware about a concept called procedural programming language, are you aware about any procedural programming languages like Python or Java? Yes. So in that language, what happens, buddy? You might have heard of a concept called class. And what we do in order to use the class, in order to use the code inside of a class, we create an object of the class, right? What do we do in these procedural languages? In order to use the code inside of a class, we create an object of that class. And here, when I'm creating a resource, I'm creating an object of that service. Okay, that's what I'm doing. So creating a resource is nothing but creating object of that service. That object is referred to as a resource. Okay, fine. So over here, I wanted to use the Azure OpenAI service. So as per rules, Azure has a rule that whenever you want to use any service of Azure, you have to go ahead and create a resource of that service. So since I wanted to use the Azure OpenAI service, I went ahead and created a resource of it. You can see the resource has been created. Let me go to that resource. Now, there are two ways to interact with the resource. One is using the without code approach. Another is using the with code approach. I will show you both the approaches today. Let's explore the without code approach first. For that, I will click on this button called Explore AI Foundry Portal. Okay. This will redirect me to a new portal. It will try to sign into it using my Azure credentials. So the same credentials that I used to sign into Azure portal, same credentials would be used to sign into this AI Foundry portal as well. Okay. You can see same credentials are used. All right. Now let's understand the options shown in the left hand side menu. So guys, the first option shown to you is this option called home. Here you will be able to see various shortcuts to perform your task. Additionally, you will be able to see the documentation links that can help you to perform any of the tasks that you want. The next option shown to me in the left hand side menu is this option called model catalog. Here you will be able to see all the models that are available with your resource. Okay. Remember that depending upon the region that you chose, you have access to different OpenAI models. So here it is listed down that, okay, in your region, the one that you have selected, you have access to which OpenAI models. What we are going to do today is we are only going to work with text-based models. Text-based models are those models that take text as input and give text as output. Those models technically are called chat completion models. What is the name, guys? Technically, they are called chat completion models. Okay. So all these popular models like GPT 3.5, GPT 4, GPT 4o, GPT 5, all of these models come under chat completion category. Okay, then there are some models that are used to work with images. There are some models that are used to work with audio. There are some models that are used to work with video and so on. But today we are only going to work with text-based models. That means models that take text as input and give text as output. Okay. Now, in order to work with that model, first I will have to deploy a model. Okay. What will I do? First, I will have to go ahead and deploy that model. Let's do it. I'll go ahead and deploy it. Let's deploy that model. And let's deploy a popular model like GPT-4. Okay. We'll go ahead and deploy a popular model over here called GPT-4. Let's deploy it. So first it will ask me for deployment name. I will give it a deployment name. I'll call it first deployment. This is my first deployment of today. You can give any name that you like, doesn't matter. Okay, let me deploy the model. Only if I deploy the model, then only I can go ahead and use that model. Okay. And you can see within seconds, the model will be deployed. Now I can go ahead and use this model. Okay. Now before using it, I will just try to answer the doubts mentioned in the chat. So Ravi says your pricing tier is disabled. What? I didn't understand, Ravi. Are you saying that in all the accounts, free tier will be disabled? Like in my account, free tier was disabled, it was not available. Are you asking that? Yes, that will be the case with everyone. Okay. Earlier, two pricing tiers were available, free and standard, but now only standard tiers is available to all. If that is what you are asking, yes. Preet says when working with our own data, how do we know if it's better to use RAG? So Preet will come to that. As I mentioned, there are 3 points in our agenda. First is interacting with our GenAI model. Second is passing our own data to GenAI model using a concept called RAG. Okay, so we'll come to RAG ahead. At that time, you will understand it in a better way. Okay, and our third point in our agenda is to integrate agents to our GenAI model. What is agents? How to integrate? All of that we'll see. Currently, we are talking about point one in our agenda. As we proceeded, you will understand the other points as well. Okay, Umesh is asking about third point. Umesh, you will have to wait, buddy, till 3 hours to understand what are agents, how to integrate. Okay, we'll proceed point by point. Okay, so what is agent? By the way, agent you can integrate to any LLM model, not just text-based models. Okay, if your doubt was that can you only integrate agents to your text-based models? No. So what are agents? How can you integrate to any GenAI model? All of that we'll see. Okay. Anyways, Manish says how to select the number of GPUs if we need more. Here, Manish, you're not going to select the compute. Okay, when you deploy a model, the compute is automatically handled by Azure. So you will not be able to go ahead and select the compute. Okay, because these models are already available on the computes provided by Azure. You will not be able to make any changes in them. All you can do is request Azure that, okay, let me access the model that is available on that compute. That's all. Okay, so here remember we are not creating a compute. So unless and until we are not creating a compute, selecting CPU or selecting GPU will not come into play. Okay, here up till now I have not created any compute. Okay, fine. Compute is automatically handled in this service by Azure itself. Okay, all we are doing is we are requesting Azure that I want to use a model like GPT-4. So please let me use it. So before using it, what I'm doing is I'm trying to create a process called deployment, wherein basically we are passing a request to Azure that, okay, I want to use this model. Okay. Behind the scenes process like compute and everything is handled by Azure. We won't be able to change it over here. Okay. Fine. Anyways, let's go ahead. Mohandas says, what will be the duration of this lecture? So the duration will be around 6 to 7 hours. Okay. This webinar will span for around 6 to 7 hours. All right. I'm sure in the meeting link provided to you, the timing is given. All right. But in hours, if you want to know, it will be around 6 to 7 hours. All right, let's go ahead. And what I want to do is I want to interact with this text-based model that I've deployed. Let me interact with it. What I will do is I will pass a request to this model, or I will pass an input to this model basically. So let me ask it a question like, what is the full form of HTTP? Okay. What is the full form of HTTP? So based on the input that I'm passing, you can see the GenAI model gives me an output. But let's suppose I want to do some customization. What I want to do is I want this model to do sentiment analysis. So based on the input that I pass to the model should tell me whether the sentiment of the input is positive, negative, or neutral. Let's see if the model does that. So for example, if I pass an input to the model saying that this hotel room is very uncomfortable. Okay. So over here, the input that I'm passing has a negative sentiment. So I'm expecting my GenAI model to tell me that, okay, the sentiment of the user's input is negative. But you will observe that by default, the GenAI model doesn't do that. By default, the GenAI model doesn't understand that, okay, I wanted to do sentiment analysis. So what if you want to let the model know the task that you want it to do? So whatever task you want your model to do, that task you will mention in through this field called system message field. Okay. That task will be mentioned through this field called system message field. So through this system message field, we can go ahead and give a general direction to the model. Okay. Let's suppose I want the model to do sentiment analysis. So over here, I will just go ahead and mention that the model is supposed to give sentiment of users input. Okay. So over here, I'm giving a general direction to the model through this field called system message field. And here what I have mentioned that the model should give sentiment of users input. Fine. So now I will go ahead and apply these changes. And after this, whenever I'll pass my input, the model will understand that, okay, the model is supposed to do sentiment analysis on that input. So it will do sentiment analysis on this input and it will tell me that sentiment of this user's input is negative. And you can see it does do that. It does say that sentiment of the user's input is negative. Okay. Similarly, if I pass input having a positive sentiment. Okay. If I pass an input having positive sentiment, it will do sentiment analysis of it and it will say that, okay, sentiment of this input is positive. And you can see it does do that over here. Fine. But let's suppose I want to do more customization. Let's suppose I'm part of Zomato's engineering team and now Zomato is thinking to change their recommendation algorithm. Okay. So they have a recommendation algorithm for the restaurants. So they are thinking that good restaurants should be shown at the top of the recommendation algorithm. Bad restaurant should be shown at the bottom of the recommendation algorithm. So they are thinking that, okay, based on the restaurant score, we will try to decide which restaurant should be shown at the top, which restaurant should be shown at the bottom. Okay. So you're thinking that, okay, how will the score be calculated? So you will say that, okay, Smith, we have reviews that people assign to every restaurant. So using ratings, we can go ahead and calculate score. So yes, using ratings, we can do it. Okay, so rating is assigned from 0 to 5. So based on the rating, fine, we'll calculate score for a restaurant. But apart from ratings, on Zomato, you can also leave reviews, text reviews, right? Wherein you can mention that whether the food was good, bad, or whatever. Okay. So what Zomato is thinking that, okay, fine, we'll take ratings into consideration. But apart from ratings, they also want to consider these text reviews. So based on these text reviews also, they want to calculate score for a restaurant. So what they are thinking that if there is a positive review, then a score of +1 should be given to a restaurant. If there is a negative review, then a score of -1 should be given to a restaurant. If there is a neutral review, then a score of 0 should be given to a restaurant. Like that, we'll assign score for every review. Later, we'll take the sum of all the scores to arrive at the overall score given to the restaurant. Okay. So what is my task? Based on the text reviews, I want to calculate score. That in case of positive review, a score of +1 should be assigned. In case of negative review, a score of -1 should be assigned. In case of neutral review, a score of 0 should be assigned. How to communicate to the model that I want the output in this manner? You will say that, Smith, through system message field, we can do it. Yes, we can do it. But guys, sometimes just through words, you are not able to communicate the full story, right? Just through words, sometimes you are not able to communicate the full story. So in that scenario, it's better to give examples. Just like if I'm training you guys, if I feel that, okay, through words, I'll not be able to communicate the full story, I will go ahead and give you examples. Similarly, if you're trying to convey something to the model, and if you feel that just through words, you will not be able to convey the full story, then you can go ahead and give examples to the model. Here, there's an option to add examples. Let's try to add it. When we try to add examples, guys, two additional fields pop up. One is the user message field, other is the assistant message field. Okay. User message field will act as input for your example. Assistant message field will act as output for your example. Okay. So you can see when we try to add examples, two additional fields pop up. One is user message field and the other is assistant message field. As I mentioned, user message field will act as input for your example. Assistant message field will act as output for your example. Let's understand. So here I'll give a example to the model. I will tell the model that if in case the user passes an input saying that this product is good, so there's a positive review. In case of positive review, I should assign a score of +1. Then I will pass another example. I will tell the model that if in case the user passes a negative review, in case of negative review, we should assign a score of -1. Then I will tell my model that if in case the user passes a neutral review, okay, if in case the user passes a neutral review, in case of neutral review, I want the model to give me a score of 0. Okay. So over here, I've tried to add three examples to the model. It's not necessary that always through three examples, the model will try to understand what you want to achieve. So the best approach is start with fewer number of examples. See with fewer number of examples, is the model working as per your expectation? If not, then you can go ahead and pass more examples. Okay, fine. So depending upon the scenario, you will need that many examples. All right. So over here, I've passed three examples. Let's see with three examples, is the model working as per our expectation? If not, then we will give more examples. Okay. But let's see first with three examples, is the model working as per our expectation or not? Okay. So I'll go ahead and apply these changes. And now what I will do, I'll go ahead and pass an input to my model. Let me pass a negative input. If the input has a negative sentiment, the model should give a score of -1. And you can see it does that over here exactly as per our expectation. Similarly, let's suppose we pass a input having a positive sentiment. In case of positive sentiment, we are expecting the model to give a score of +1, and you can see it exactly does that over here. Similarly, let's suppose if the user passes an input having a neutral sentiment. Let's suppose the user says that the hotel rooms are very small. very small and untidy. However, the food is delicious. So over here, I've mentioned positive thing about the hotel as well as a negative thing about the hotel, right? So that means this is a sort of a neutral input that I am giving. Okay, it has positive thing mentioned as well as negative thing mentioned. So in this case, the model should output a score of 0. Let's see if the model does that over here, and you can see the model does do that. So guys, here what are we doing? We are engineering the response of the model, right? We are engineering the response of the model based on the input or based on the prompt. Okay, input is also known as a prompt. So engineering the response of the model based on the prompt is called prompt engineering. So this is one aspect of prompt engineering that I showed to you. Okay, this is one aspect of prompt engineering that I showed to you. Engineering the response of the model based on the prompt, engineering the response of the model based on the input is known as prompt engineering. So this is just one aspect of prompt engineering. Guys, up till here, any doubts? I'll just go ahead and try to answer the doubts mentioned in the chat over here. Let me read the chat messages over here. Let's see. Manish says if we have multiple use cases for same model, like getting sentiment and recommendations, where we do it. So Manish, in that scenario, what I would recommend is create multiple deployments. Okay, your first deployed model will look into sentiment analysis. Your second deployed model will look into recommendations. Okay, so for different use cases, it's suggested that you create multiple deployments. Okay, so you can create multiple deployments of the same model. Let's suppose here I've created a deployment of GPT-4 model. First deployment looks into sentiment analysis. Maybe I will create second deployment. Second deployment of the same model could look into a different use case. So for different use cases, it's suggested that you create different deployments. Okay. So that's why the option of multiple deployments is given to all of us. So depending upon your use case, you can create that many deployments. If you have two use cases, you will create two deployments. Okay. And so on. Umesh says, is there any documentation saying how many concurrent chat session these models can handle? Can that be configured through this Foundry portal? Okay, so Umesh is asking about memory, that how many messages can this model remember, right? So Umesh, depending upon the model that you are using, for example, here we are using GPT-4 model. Depending upon the model that you are using, it will have capacity to store different number of messages. For example, this GPT-4 model can remember maximum 20 messages in one go. Okay, the model can remember 20 messages in one go. So what do I mean by 20 messages? 20 messages means 10 input messages and 10 output messages. Okay. When we say that, okay, this model has a capacity to remember 20 messages, 20 messages means 10 input and 10 output messages. That's how the number 20 is calculated. Okay, so depending upon your model, the model will have different capability, and that capability will be shown to you in the parameter section. You can adjust that capability. Let's suppose you don't want your model to remember 20 messages. You only want the model to remember 10 messages. You can go ahead and do that. Okay, so depending upon the model, it will have different capability. Yes, it will be shown to you in the documentation. Okay, uh, which model has capacity to remember which number of messages. Okay. Manish says, here are we providing examples for training? Here, remember, Manish, we are not training the model. We are basically tuning the model, you can say. Okay. We are not retraining the model. Okay. We are not retraining the model, remember. Okay. We are just adjusting the behavior of the model. So, for example, let's suppose you switch on a TV and you feel the volume is too high. What will you do? You will decrease the volume. Same vice versa. If you feel the volume is too low, you will increase it. So what you are doing, you are tuning the TV, right? Are you retraining the TV? No. You are just tuning the TV. So the TV works as per your expectation. Okay. Similarly, over here, what we are doing is we are tuning the model so that the model works as per our expectation. Remember, we are not retraining the model over here. Okay. Then Manish says, how do we map as what is? Manish, we are already using a Gen AI model. The Gen AI model is trained to handle that. Okay. So the Gen AI model is trained to handle sentiment. It's just that we wanted the output in our own manner. For example, the model gives output in the form of text. So for example, if we pass an input having positive sentiment, it would say that, okay, sentiment is positive. If we pass input having negative sentiment, the model understands that, okay, the sentiment is negative. The model is already understanding that. It's just that instead of getting text based output, we wanted output in the form of a number. Okay. So that's what we did. We tuned the model so that it can give us response based on our expectation. Okay. So we don't have to worry about whether the model will understand the sentiment properly or not. It has the capabilities trained that way. Okay. The model is trained. Okay. So the model is trained to understand the sentiment. So we did not have to worry about it. All we are doing is tuning the response of the model. Okay. So that it gives response based on their expectation. So Manish says, okay, Umesh says, can this be automated? Automated as in, can you give a scenario? If you give a scenario, I can answer whether that scenario is achievable or not. Okay. So Manish says, can we have custom conditions? I guess by conditions, you are meaning you are trying to suggest scenarios that apart from sentiment, can you do anything else? Yes. Okay. So you can customize this. Okay. You can customize this. Yes. If that is what you mean, yes. Manish says, will multiple deployments lead to multiple instances of the same model? Correct. So using different instance, you can implement a different use case. Correct. So that terminology is right. When we create multiple deployments, we are creating multiple instances of the model. Okay. Amuda says, what is custom model creation compared to ready-made model? Amuda, for example, this custom model, okay, you can change the behavior. Otherwise, for example, a ready-made model, right? You can see it will have limitations. For example, if I ask the ready-made model to give me the stock price of Apple stock today, it will not be able to give that to me. Okay, have a look. I'll just go ahead, delete all my previous messages, and I will tell the model that give stock price of Apple stock today. You will see that this model is not trained on that data, right? So basically, it will not give you that answer. So there are certain things that this ready-made model can't do. Okay, maybe it is not trained on that data. So at that scenario, you will feel that, okay, maybe this model is not trained on that data, or maybe it is trained, but it is not giving you output as per your expectation. So at that time, you can go ahead and you might feel that, okay, here it's better to create a custom model. Okay. Maybe your ready-made model is not working as per your expectation. Maybe it is not that accurate. Okay. So you might feel that, okay, maybe if you create a custom model, you can increase the accuracy. Or maybe the scenario is that is your ready-made model is not trained on some data. So you might feel that, okay, let's create a custom model which is trained on the data that I want. Okay, so ready-made models, whether it's related to traditional AI or Gen AI, any ready-made model will have some limitation of its own. Okay, so if you want to go beyond those limitations, you can go ahead and create a custom model. Okay, here in this lecture, will not be working with any custom model whatsoever. Okay, we'll be working with ready-made model only. Okay, but remember, any ready-made model will have a limitation. If you want to go beyond those limitations, you might want to go ahead and create a custom model. Okay, fine. If you want, I can give my videos on how to create custom model later for your reference, but in this lecture, we'll not be working with any custom model whatsoever. Okay. Umesh is, can tuning the prompt be automated? Yes, Umesh, you can do it with help of the with code approach. Okay, as I mentioned, Umesh, there are two approaches to work with your GenAI model. One is the without code approach, and second is the with code approach. So using the with code approach, you can mention your automation code if you require. Okay, so using the with code approach, you can do it. Using the without code approach, you cannot do it. Okay, but using the with code approach, you can. Oh, yes, Manish, I'll do that later after the end of today's webinar. Okay, so anything that is outside of the curriculum of today's webinar, I will share you the resources, but after the webinar ends. Okay. All right, let's go ahead. And guys, what we'll do now is we'll talk about the different parameters that are available for the model and how changing the value of these parameters can change the response of your model. Let's understand. So let's suppose I'm working with this parameter called pass messages included. Okay. And let's suppose I'm asking the model to only remember two messages. Two messages means one latest output message, one latest input message, right? Fine. So let's understand what happens because of that. So over here, I'll pass an input to the model. I will tell the model that my name is Smith Shah. So the model will give me some response. It will say, okay, how can I help you? Something like that. Okay. And it does give me a response. Now let me pass another input. I will ask it, what is the full form of HTTP? So it will go ahead and give me an output based on that. Okay. And you can see it does do that. Fine. Now, if you have a close look, you will observe that I have asked the model to only remember two messages. Two messages means one latest output message and one latest input message. These are the two messages that it will remember. So guys, now I have a question for each and every one of you. Among the two messages that the model will remember right now in the chat history, is there any mention about my name? Among the two messages that the model will now remember in the chat history, is there any mention about my name here? What do you guys think? No, right? As Manish rightly says that no. Among the messages that it is remembering in the chat history, there is no mention about my name. That is why if I just go ahead and ask the model a question like, what is my name? It will not know that because among the messages that it is remembering in the chat history, there is no mention about my name. So it will not know that my name is Smith Shah. Okay. You can see it does not know my name. Whereas, let me change the value of this parameter. So instead of asking the model to only remember two messages in the chat history, now I will ask the model to remember 10 messages in the chat history. 10 messages means the model has capacity to remember 5 latest output messages and 5 latest input messages. Okay. Let me pass the same input again now. So first I will pass an input saying my name is Smith Shah. Okay. Based on my input, the model will give me some output. Then I'll pass another input to the model. I will ask it what is the full form of HTTP. Okay, based on that, the model will give me output. Okay. Remember here the model has capacity to remember 10 messages. 10 messages means 5 latest output messages, 5 latest input messages. Okay. So this is the first output message that will remember. About that is the second message that will remember. Even about that, you can see the third message that it will remember. Even about that is the fourth message that the model will remember. Okay, fine. Now, guys, let me ask you a question. Now, among the messages that the model is now remembering in the chat history, is there any mention about my name? Now, among the messages that you will remember in the chat history, is there any mention about my name? Yes, right? So if I now go ahead and ask the model a question like, what is my name? It will answer that. Earlier, it was not able to answer. But now if I go ahead and ask the model a question like that, it will go ahead and answer that my name is Smith Shah. Okay. So this is how the first parameter works called pass messages included. Okay. Manish says, can we use IAM to associate with context of the model? Here IAM has no involvement in remembering context. Okay. Here IAM will have no involvement whatsoever. Okay. Fine. So this is how the first parameter works called pass messages included. Now talking about the second parameter called max response. Here you can go ahead and specify the number of maximum tokens that you want in a single output message. Okay. So for example, if you ask the model a question like what is Java, you will see that it will give you some answer. Now you can see that it will give you answer comprised of words or tokens. What are tokens? Tokens can be thought of as words or subwords. So for example, a word like apple would be treated as one token, but a word like blueberries would be treated as two tokens, wherein blue would be one token and berries would be another token. So it depends on how that GenAI model was made and how it treats a word, whether it treats a word as a single token or whether it treats a word as two tokens or three tokens. Okay. But how many tokens you want in your response, that you can go ahead and specify. So for example, if I only want one token in my response, and now you will see I've mentioned to the model that only give me one token in the response, maximum one token. So it will only give you maximum one token in the response. If I tell my model that, okay, give me two tokens in the response, maximum only two tokens. So here you will see now the model will only give you maximum two tokens in the response, where in Java is one token and is would be another token. Okay, so you can go ahead and specify the maximum number of tokens that you want in your response. Okay, because depending upon the tokens that are generated by the model, you will be charged that much. Okay, so output that has higher tokens in it will charge more as compared to output that has lower number of tokens in it. Okay, so you'll be charged based on the tokens that the GenAI model had to work on. All right. Next, you can see there are various parameters over here like temperature, top pace, stop sequence, frequency penalty, presence penalty. We'll talk about all of these in detail. Okay, what I will do is temperature parameter I will skip for 15 minutes. Before that, I want to cover the other parameters. Once other parameters are understood by you, you will understand temperature in a more better way. Okay. So for around 15 to 20 minutes, we'll skip temperature. And let's look at the other parameters first, because if you understand other parameters, you will understand temperature parameter in a more better way. Okay. So let me talk about top P parameter. Okay. How does it work? So guys, top P parameter is used to have variation of words in the output. Okay, it is used for what? It is used to have variation of words in the output. What is top P parameter used for? It is used to include variety of words in the output. How? Let me show you that. So for example, if I pass an input asking what is Java, you will see that it will give some output. Okay, again, if I pass an input saying what is Java, what do you think, guys? Whether it will give me the same answer word by word, or whether it will give me answer with maybe different choice of words? What do you think will happen? Will it give me the same answer token by token, same answer word by word, or will it have different choice of words in different output? Any guesses? As Manish says, it can be different, right? And that is the behavior done by most of the Gen AI models. What they try to do is, even if you pass the same input again and again, but it will still try to give you slightly different output. Okay. So for example, you can see over here, one second, here, is there some different word being used? Your any different word? For example, in the first output, the last word was architecture. In the second output, the last word is environment, right? So what is done over here? Basically, it is trying to do this just to avoid boringness. Otherwise, assume a scenario wherein you are passing an input to the model and the model always gives you the same answer word by word, same answer token by token. It will be very boring for you to interact with that model. And maybe after few days, you will stop interacting with that model. Okay. So to avoid that boringness, these Gen AI models make sure that in every output they generate, they try to use different choice of words, different choice of tokens. And they do that by using this parameter called top P. Let's understand how that parameter works. Okay. So I'll try to show you how top P parameter affects the choice of words in your output. Let's understand. Let's assume to top P parameter, I'm passing a value of 0.6. How will this affect? Let's understand. Remember guys, whenever the GenAI model will give output, it will give output token by token. Okay. Whenever your GenAI model will give a response, it will give that response token by token. So let's assume that a response is being generated by the GenAI model. Okay. So the first token was the, second token was cat, third token was sat, fourth token was on, fifth token was the, and now the model is deciding which token to have at the sixth position of the sentence. Okay. So like this tokens, like this output is generated token by token. So based on your input, it will decide that, okay, this should be the first token in the output. Then if this is the first token, then it will decide that, okay, this should be the second token. Then if this is the first and second token, it will decide that, okay, this should be the third token. And if these are the first three tokens, it will decide that, okay, this should be the fourth token and so on. So the output is generated token by token. Now, how it does that internally is for every position in the sentence, it tries to decide which token should be present. For that, it tries to calculate probability values for the tokens. Okay. So for example, the model wants to decide right now what will be the token at the sixth position of the sentence. Okay. For that, what it will do? It will try to generate probability value for every token in its dictionary. Let's suppose for token mat, it generates a probability value of 0.3. That means the token mat has 0.3 probability. That means 30% probability to occur at this position of the sentence. Then like this for all the other words in the dictionary, it will try to calculate that probability value. Okay. So let's suppose for the token drug, it generates a probability value called 0.25. For the token windowsill, it generates a token called 0.15. Okay. For the token car, it generates a probability of 0.10. For the token dog, let's assume that it generates a probability of 0.1, 0.05. And for the token lawn, it generates a probability of 0.05 and so on. Like that, probability values will be generated in such a way that the sum of all the probabilities will be equal to 1. Okay. And how the probability values are generated? They are generated by using deep learning concepts. So you need to understand deep learning concepts for this, but fine. We'll not talk about deep learning in today's lecture. Okay. As to understand those deep learning concepts, you will have to spend around 18-20 hours to understand the theory. Okay. So for now, just understand that for every token, probability value is generated. And what the model usually does is the token having the highest probability is then selected in the response. So here the token having highest probability is the token mat. So that token would be then selected in the response. That was the original behavior of every GenAI model. But then the GenAI model, then the company behind that GenAI model realized that every time when the same input is asked, the same words are chosen again and again in the response. Okay. And that made interacting with the GenAI model very boring. So they tried to change the behavior of that GenAI model by introducing this parameter called top P. Let's suppose to top P parameter, I have assigned a value of 0.6. How will that help? Let's understand. Okay. So what happens is top P parameter only considers top P only considers the top P% most likely next tokens, most likely next tokens based on their probability distribution, based on their probability distribution. Okay. So top P parameter only considers the top P% most likely next tokens based on their probability distribution. Let's understand. So if I take cumulative probability of top 6 tokens in my probability distribution, what will be their cumulative probability? It will be 0.9. Is it less than the top P value that we have set? No. So we can't consider the top 6 tokens in the probability distribution. Instead, let's consider the top 5 tokens. What is the cumulative probability of top 5 tokens over here? It is 0.85. Is it less than the top P value that we set? No. So we can't consider the top 5 tokens in the probability distribution. Instead, let me consider the top 4 tokens in the probability distribution. What is the cumulative probability of top 4 tokens over here? It is around 0.8. Is it less than the top P value that we have set? No. So we can't consider the top 4 tokens in the probability distribution. Instead, let me consider top 3 tokens in the probability distribution. What is the cumulative probability of top 3 tokens? It is 0.7. Is it less than the top p value that we have set? No. So we can't consider the top 3 tokens in the probability distribution. Instead, let's consider the top 2 tokens. What is the cumulative probability of top 2 tokens? It is 0.55. Is it less than the top p value that we have set? Yes. So we will consider the top 2 tokens. And what are the top 2 tokens? The top 2 tokens are Matt and Rug. So top P parameter has shortlisted tokens Matt and Rug. Okay. Once the tokens are shortlisted, then the system will randomly choose any one token out of the shortlisted tokens. Maybe in one response, it can choose the token Matt. Maybe in another response, it can choose the token Rug and so on. Okay. So for example, you can see in one response, it chose the word architecture. In another response, it chose the word environment. Okay, in one response, it chose the word computer. In another response, it chose the word computing, like that. Okay. So earlier, without top P, what used to happen was always the token having the highest probability was chosen in the response. And because of that, every time when we pass the same input to the model passed the same output word by word, same output token by token. Because of which it was very boring to interact with that model. To avoid that boringness, top P parameter was introduced. Top P parameter helps you to shortlist tokens. So instead of just choosing the token having the highest probability, top P parameter helps you to shortlist tokens. Once the tokens are shortlisted, then the computer randomly chooses any one out of the shortlisted tokens. Okay, it chooses it randomly. So maybe in one response, it can randomly choose the token Matt in the response. Maybe in another response, it can randomly choose the token Rug and so on. Okay, so after shortlisting, the tokens will have equal chances, almost equal chances to appear in the response. Otherwise, without top P, always the token having the highest probability would appear in the response. And because of that, the model response was very boring. To avoid that boringness, top P parameter was introduced. Okay. Manish says, how does this probability get calculated? Remember, Manish, probability gets calculated using a architecture called transform architecture, which is based on deep learning concepts. Okay. So if I talk about deep learning, it won't make sense over here. For now, just remember that it works based on deep learning concepts. If you want my videos on it, I can share it with you. The resources I can share later. Okay. But remember, to understand those deep learning concepts, you'll have to spend around 18 to 20 hours just to understand the underlying concepts. Okay. And after that, you will get to know that, okay, how these probability values are calculated. Okay, for now, just assume that based on deep learning concepts, these probability values are calculated. Okay, maybe you, if you get time, you can go through the materials that I will give to you later on, or you can refer some other materials online as well. But remember, you will have to spend 18 to 20 hours just to understand those deep learning concepts. Anyways, so that was about this parameter called top P. Now, next parameter is top sequence. Okay, so here you can specify a predefined sequence of tokens after which you want to stop generating the response. So let's suppose I want the model to stop generating response after one sentence. What is the indication that my one sentence has ended? Full stop, right? The simple full stop indicates that, okay, my one sentence has ended. Now, I would not know that whether my one sentence is ending after 4 tokens or 5 tokens. See, if I knew that, I would directly mention that, okay, in my response only I need 4 tokens. If I knew that, okay, my one sentence will end at 5 tokens, I'll mention over that, okay, end the response at 5 tokens. Okay. But what if you don't know that your sentence will be comprised of how many tokens? Okay, in that case, you can go ahead and pass a predefined sequence of tokens. And if the model encounters that predefined sequence of tokens, it will understand that, okay, now the response should end. So for example, if I pass a full stop over here, it will understand that, okay, whenever it sees the first full stop, that's it, the response should end. Okay. Um, Stop sequence, that sequence of characters needs to be added. I'll show to you how to add it later on. Okay, but remember that with stop sequence parameter, you can pass a predefined sequence of tokens that will tell the model that, okay, this is the point where I want to stop generating further text. Okay, fine. So this is about stop sequence. Uh, then you have frequency penalty, presence penalty, top P. These parameters will take around 20 to 25 minutes. So I guess it's better that before we see those parameters, I give you a short break so that you can refresh yourself. Okay, because we have learned a lot up till now. So you can refresh yourself in the break. But up till now, guys, what are parameters we have I've explained to you? Have those parameters made sense? Any doubt up till now? Shubham says, so I was thinking that a high value of top P would be beneficial. Not really, because see what would happen is with high value of top P, even a token that had very less chances of appearing in the response then be chosen in the response. So for example, let's suppose, okay, let's suppose to this top P parameter, I pass a value of 0.9. Okay, I pass a value of 0.9, which is a high value, right? Okay. Now what will happen? Let me take the cumulative probability of top 6 tokens. Okay. Or top 7 tokens. You can consider that cumulative probability. Okay. Or let me pass a top p value of 0.95 over here. Okay. To help you understand how it works. Okay. So let me take the cumulative probability of top 6 tokens. What is the cumulative probability? 0.9. Is it less than the top p value that we have set? Yes. Because of that, what will happen? Now all these top 6 tokens will be shortlisted. Okay. So setting a high value of top p will shortlist many tokens for you. Even the tokens that had very less chance of appearing, a token like lawn had a very less chance of appearing, a token like dog had a very less chance of appearing. It was not suitable for the response, because of which less probability was assigned. But by setting a high value of top p, even those tokens, okay, will be chosen in the response. Sorry, will be chosen while shortlisting. Okay, so now these 6 tokens will be shortlisted. And once those tokens are shortlisted, then what does the computer do? The computer randomly chooses any one token from these shortlisted tokens, and it chooses it randomly. So maybe in one response, it can randomly choose the token dog. And how will it feel whether these when the sentence reads like this, the cat sat on the dog? It's not looking right, right? So with by setting a higher value of top P, the issue is that a token that had very less chances of appearing, even that token could then be selected in the response. Okay. So you have to you have to choose a middle ground, and the best way is by doing trial and error. Okay. Try to set different value of these parameters, whether it's top P or any parameter. If you want to choose correct value of these parameters, best approach is trial and error. Okay, see with different values how it is working. um, Ideally do not choose a very big value, similarly do not choose a very small value as well. Okay, so you have to select a middle ground over here. Okay, so if you ask me sorry, what was the name? Shubham, right? So if you ask me, Shubham, that whether we set a very high value of top P, will it be beneficial? No, it will be counter beneficial for you, it will be bad for you. Similarly, if you set a very low value of top P, again that will not be beneficial for you. Okay, let's suppose if you set a very low value of top P. Okay, let's suppose something like 0.1. Okay, let's suppose I set a very low value of top P. Let me show you what will happen in that scenario. I'll go ahead and show you that. 1 second. I'll just erase all these annotations I have done. And let's suppose I set a very low value of top P, something like 0.1. Let's see what will happen. So here, if you observe, if I take the top 2 tokens in the probability distribution, their sum is greater than the top P value. So I can't consider the top 2 tokens. Instead, let me consider the top 1 token. Even the top 1 token, its probability, is it less than the top P value? No. So I can't shortlist any tokens with top P. So here with less value of top P, very less value of top P, what will happen is you will not be able to shortlist any tokens. And whenever top P is not able to shortlist any tokens, what does the model do? Model just takes the token having the highest probability and chooses that in the response. Okay. So that means setting a very low value of top P does not involve top P whatsoever, because top P helps you to shortlist tokens, and setting a very low value of top P might result in a scenario where no tokens are shortlisted. So then the model will go back to its default behavior. What is the default behavior of the model? the model always chooses a token having highest probability. So that is the behavior that it will go to. Okay. So if you ask me, Shubham, setting a very high value of top P is also not good. Setting a very low value of top P is also not good. Okay. So you have to choose a middle ground. The best way to set value of these parameters is by doing a trial and error approach. Okay. Nagaraj says, will you please show the demo? I will show you that. Yes. Manish says, if 2 has the same probability, then how it is selected. You mean through top P? Irrespective of that, whenever there is a tie, okay, what does the system do? The system chooses any one out of those two randomly if there is a tie. Okay. And that works with any model, not just Gen AI model, even with traditional AI model. If there is a tie, okay, then it solves that tie by choosing a random value. So let's suppose there is a tie between these two tokens, dog and lawn. It will choose any one out of these two randomly if there is a tie. Okay. Because if there's a tie, then these tokens will be given the same rank. Then, to solve that tie, any one token will be chosen randomly just to solve that tie. Okay. Santoshi says typically what value is chosen for top P? Can you explain the function for top C? Top C? There's nothing called top C. I guess you meant top P. Okay. So if you're asking what value we set, again, I can't say. Usually what I usually do is I set it to somewhere around 0.5, 0.6, but depends on scenario to scenario. Okay. But if you want that, what I usually use, I've found that setting a value somewhere around 0.5, 0.6 usually works. But again, depends on scenario to scenario. Okay. So that is just a rough value that I give. Manish says, what? I didn't understand, Manish. So are you saying that if you set a very low value of top P, what happens? As I mentioned, setting a very low value of top P, what will it do? Sometimes setting a low value of top P, I just showed that to you 2 minutes back, that setting a very low value of top P will not result in any shortlisted tokens. Then the model will go back to its default behavior. And what is the default behavior of the model? Always choose a token having highest probability. So if that is what you're asking, we have already seen it. All right. Then Nagaraj says while selecting random. No, no, no. It will not remember the history. Again, uh, you will understand this question. This question will be better answered when we see the other parameters, because the other parameters, Nagaraj, also have an influence on the model's output. Okay. So to you will see that after the break when we'll see these parameters, right, especially these penalty based parameters. See, three parameters are left: temperature, frequency penalty, presence penalty. Especially these penalty parameters will help you answer that question that you have posted. Okay, so you will understand it in a more better manner. Okay, but remember, top P by default does not look at history. Okay, top P by default does not look at history whatsoever. Monda says, is the session recorded? Yes, it is recorded. And it will be available on our social media platform if you want to refer it later. So it will be available on YouTube and other social media platforms. Okay, fine. So up till now, guys, whatever parameters we have studied, have they made sense? Are they clear? Three parameters are left, guys. Temperature is left, frequency penalty is left, presence penalty is left. We'll talk about that. Yes, understood. Okay, fine. So let's take a short break of around 15 minutes. We'll be back after that, and then we'll continue our learning journey. Okay. So we'll take a short tea/coffee break of 15 minutes and we'll be back after that. Till then, I'll just be on mute. Let's come back after 3 minutes. Welcome back to the session, everyone. Hope all of you guys are back after the break. Now let's resume. Is everyone back, guys? Just let me know in the chat. Just give a confirmation in the chat. Is everyone back? Okay, I can see some thumbs up from some people. So I'm assuming that you guys are back. All right. So let's proceed forward. So, guys, three parameters were left for discussion. Let's talk about those. So we'll talk about frequency penalty parameter, presence penalty parameter, and temperature parameter. So frequency penalty and presence penalty are quite similar to each other, but there's a slight difference. See, in both the parameters, the similarity is that you will be assigning penalties to the token based on how many times the token has appeared in the response so far. Okay. Because you would not want that in the same response, the same token is being used many times in across the sentences of your response. For example, let's suppose if you ask me that Smith, describe every student over here. So I will say Manish is excellent. I'll say Narendra is excellent. Nagraj is excellent. Preet is excellent, and so on. But if I'm using the same token again and again, you might feel it's very boring to hear, right? Similarly, in your response, if you see the same token again and again, you will feel it's very boring to look at the response. So to avoid that boringness, these penalty parameters were introduced. Their role is just to penalize the tokens that are appearing many times in the response so that going forward in the same response, they do not occur or they have very less chances of occurring. Okay. It's just that frequency penalty assigns penalty to a token based on its frequency. That means based on how many times it has appeared in the response. So if a token has appeared one time, it will apply less penalty. If a token has appeared 5 times in the response so far, it will apply more penalty. If a token has appeared 10 times in the response so far, then it will apply even more penalty. Okay. Whereas presence penalty doesn't do that. Presence penalty does not penalize the tokens based on its frequency. It penalizes the tokens based on its presence. That means presence penalty will just check whether a token is present or not in the response. It doesn't check how many times it's present. Whether a token is present 1 time, 5 times, 10 times. Presence penalty will not check that. Presence penalty will just check whether the token is present in the response or not. If the token is present in the response, then it will apply same amount of penalty regardless of its frequency. Regardless of that token is present 1 time or 10 times or 20 times, same amount of penalty it will apply. Okay. So both frequency penalty and presence penalty work to achieve the same exact goal. However, their approach of achieving that goal is different. Okay. So let me start off with frequency penalty and let me explain to you in detail how it works. As I've already mentioned that frequency penalty assigns penalty to every token based on its frequency. That means based on how many times that token has appeared in the response so far. So if a token is appearing 1 times in the response, then it will apply less penalty. If a token has appeared 5 times, then more penalty. If a token has appeared 10 times, then even more penalty. Shubham asks, will tokens like the, a, and all these common tokens also get affected? Yes, these common tokens will also get affected. So Shubham, these penalty parameters that we are talking about will apply to all the tokens, regardless of whether they are common tokens or not so common tokens. These penalty parameters that I am explaining will apply to all the tokens. Okay. Fine. Regardless of whether they are common tokens or not so common tokens, doesn't matter. The penalty parameters will apply to all the tokens. Okay, so let's see how it works, guys. So first, I will try to explain frequency penalty. Let's see the working of it. Frequency penalty. Okay. Now, guys, it works based on a certain formula. Okay. So let me go ahead and let me explain that formula. So there's a different formula for frequency penalty parameter. There's a different formula for presence penalty parameter. Let me show you the formula for frequency penalty. Let's see. So the formula is new probability of a token is equal to previous probability of token divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value into frequency of that token in the response so far. Okay. Here, let me explain what each terms in the equation mean. Your P of t stands for original probability of the token. Okay. It stands for original probability of the token. Then FP stands for frequency penalty value that we set. Okay. FP stands for frequency penalty value that we set. And FT stands for frequency of that token in the response so far. So whether that token has appeared one time in the response so far, or two times, or five times in the response so far. So FT stands for frequency of that token in the response so far. So let's suppose a response is being generated by the model. Let's assume that a response is being generated by the GenAI model. And up till now, three tokens have already been generated. First was token A, then was token B, then was token A again. Now the model is deciding which token to have at the fourth position of this sentence. For that, what will the GenAI model do? As I already explained, it will try to calculate probability for every token in its dictionary. Okay. So let's suppose probability of token A appearing at fourth position in the sentence is 0.4. Probability of token B appearing at fourth position in the sentence is 0.35. And probability of token C appearing at fourth position in the sentence is 0.25. Like this, probability values will be assigned to every token in its dictionary in such a way that sum of all the probability values will be equal to 1. Okay. Now let's see how frequency penalty parameter works. Okay, it works based on the formula that I have mentioned. Let's see how. So new probability of token A is equal to previous probability of token A divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value that we set. Let's suppose I'm setting a frequency penalty value of 0.5. Okay. So over here I've set a frequency penalty value of 0.5. So 0.5 into frequency of that token in the response so far. Currently I'm dealing with token A. In the response so far, token A has occurred two times. So frequency of token A in the response so far is equal to 2. If I solve this equation, I will get an answer of 0.2. Similarly, new probability of token B is equal to previous probability of token B divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value into frequency for token B in the response so far. Up till now in the response, token B has appeared one time. So frequency of token B in the response so far will be equal to 1. If I solve this equation, I will get an answer of 0.23. Similarly, new probability of token C is equal to previous probability of token C divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value into frequency of token C in the response so far. Up till now in the response, token C has not appeared at all. That is why frequency of token C in the response so far will be equal to 0. If I solve this equation, I'll get an answer of 0.25. So if you closely observe, you will see that since token C had not appeared in the response, that's why its new probability is the same as previous probability. No change was done. Whereas token A and B had appeared in the response, that's why their new probabilities are reduced as compared to their previous probabilities. Token A was appearing many times. You can see two times. So you can see its new probability is reduced by a lot. Okay, compared to its original probability, its new probability is almost 50% of its original probability. Whereas token B had appeared in the response, but not two times. It had appeared less number of times, only one time. That's why its new probability is reduced as compared to previous probability, but not by 50%, by less percentage. Okay, so this is how frequency penalty parameter works. Depending on how many times that token is appearing in the response, based on that, penalty will be applied. Okay, fine. Now, based on these new probability values, it will decide that, okay, which token should appear in the response. Okay, so if top P is there, it will apply top P after this. So first penalties are applied, then top P is taken into consideration. If top P is not there, then what would happen? Always the token having highest probability would be chosen in the response. Okay. Anyways, so this is the working of frequency penalty parameter. It applies penalty to the tokens depending on how many times that token has appeared in the response so far. After frequency penalty, we also have a parameter called presence penalty. Let's go ahead and let's understand how that works. Okay. So as I mentioned, frequency penalty parameter applies penalty to tokens based on how many times that token has appeared in the response. That means based on its frequency, right? So if a token is appearing one time, then less penalty. If a token is appearing 5 times, then more penalty. If a token is appearing 10 times, then even more penalty. Whereas presence penalty parameter does not do that. It does not penalize based on frequency. Instead, presence penalty parameter penalizes based on its presence. That means it just checks whether the token has appeared in the response or not. It doesn't check how many times. It doesn't check whether it's appearing 1 time, 5 times, or 10 times. It just checks whether a token is appearing at least 1 time in the response or not. It doesn't check how many times more than once. Okay. So regardless of its frequency, same penalty will be applied to a token that is appearing 2 times or 10 times or 20 times. So that is how presence penalty works. Let me go ahead and let me explain the working of this using a formula. So new probability of token is equal to previous probability of token multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value into TP, which stands for token presence. Let's understand each term in this formula, each term in this equation. Your P of T stands for original probability of the token. P of T stands for original probability of the token. Then PP stands for your frequency, your presence penalty value that you set. Okay, presence penalty value that you set. And TP stands for token presence. Here you can only pass one out of two values. You can either pass a value of 1 or you can pass a value of 0. In which scenario will you choose which value? Let's understand. So if the token has appeared in the response at least once, then you will pass a value of 1. Okay. Whereas if the token has not appeared at all in the response, in that scenario, you will pass a value of 0. Okay. So if the token has appeared in the response at least once, then you will pass a value of 1. If the token has not appeared at all in the response so far, then you will pass a value of 0. Okay. So let's see how presence penalty works. Let's suppose a response is being generated by the GenAI model. And up till now, let's suppose 3 tokens have been generated. First token was token A, next token was token B, next token was token A again. Now the model is deciding which token to have at the fourth position of this sentence. Okay. For that, what will the model do? The model will try to generate probability values for every token in its dictionary. Let's suppose probability of token A appearing at fourth position in the sentence is 0.4. Probability of token B appearing at fourth position in the sentence is 0.35. And probability of token C appearing at fourth position in the sentence is 0.25. Now let's see how presence penalty parameter works. So new probability of token A is equal to previous probability of token A multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value that we set. Let's suppose we are setting a presence penalty value of 0.3. So my presence penalty value is equal to 0.3 multiplied by token presence. Currently, we are dealing with token A. Has token A appeared in the response at least once? Yes. That's why token presence for token A will be equal to 1. If I solve this equation, I will get an answer somewhere around 0.28. Similarly, new probability of token B is equal to previous probability of token B multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value into token presence for token B. In the response so far, has token B appeared at least once? Yes. So that is why token presence for token B will be equal to 1. If I solve this equation, I will get a value somewhere around 0.245. Similarly, new probability of token C equal to previous probability of token C multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value into token presence for token C. In the response so far, token C has not appeared at all. That's why token presence for token C will be equal to 0. If I solve this equation, I'll get a value of 0.25. So you can observe now that since token C had not appeared in the response at all, that's why its new probability is kept the same as previous probability. Whereas token A and B had appeared in the response, that's why their new probabilities are reduced as compared to their previous probabilities. So this is how frequency penalty parameter and presence penalty parameter work. Okay. Guys, are these penalty based parameters clear? Remember that they are working to achieve the same exact goal. That's why it's better to use one out of these two and not both. If you want to use both, it will not give you error. It will apply both, but it's better that you use one out of these two parameters and not both. Okay. Manish says, please repeat about penalty. Which penalty parameter, buddy? Both? Okay, fine. So let's go ahead and let me revise both. So just so that you understand it clearly, what I will do is I will allow you mic access so that you can ask on the mic itself if in case you are facing any doubts. Okay. So I've allowed you mic access. So
Sorry, Smith. So, hi, am I audible?
yes, you're audible.
Yeah. So, I mean, sorry to, I mean, I'm still not getting the basic. One thing I understand is response and request penalty, but I mean, there are certain sentences always comes like example, say in Chat GPT or so, they always write that this AI can generate errors or response and all that stuff. So, are we penalized for that? And second main point what I'm trying to understand is why these penalties are because see, there are certain words which are always good like at the all these are going to come then are those penalties will result into some kind of excess for penalty tokens consumption or what is the impact of these two penalties.
So the impact, buddy, is to avoid usage of same tokens again and again. Okay. Just like top P, the goal of top P is to introduce variety of words. Otherwise, let's suppose in a response, the same token is being used again and again. It will feel very boring for you to look at the output, right? Correct? Yes or no? So
Yeah,
wouldn't it be
just
better
correct,
for
just
you?
correct.
Hmm.
But my okay, so okay, stepping back. See what happens is sometime you ask for something like example, how do I really make sense of OpenAI? Example, yeah,
Hmm.
and then response comes, but you think no, looks like I'm still missing something. So I'll ask that what are the use cases of OpenAI? Yeah, which are something near the same, and it has to come. But what I'm trying to understand is with this penalty is it that it will stop using if it's repeated multiple times? Example,
Correct.
yeah, is it some or what exactly?
Correct. So
I
in the
mean, I'm
same
trying to understand.
response, you would not want that the same token is used again and again in every sentence, right? It would be better
Absolutely.
for you if you saw maybe some synonym of that token. Assume if, like, let's suppose you have 5 sentences, and let's suppose in all those 5 sentences, some description is given. In all those 5 sentences, the same token, excellent, 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 is being used again and again. It will be very boring for you to interact with it. That's why what is done is,
Right.
what it calculates is that, okay, in the first sentence, this token was appearing these many times. So going forward, to avoid using it in the upcoming sentence, it will apply a penalty to that token. So that going forward, it will have
Okay.
either less chances of being chosen in the response. And instead of that, other
Okay.
token will be chosen. Okay, which is not
Makes sense.
appearing that many times like that.
So that is that one of the reason why we always has a different responses? Is that one of the reason or no?
Our reason is that we want to avoid boringness, right? That is the only reason, buddy. But if you're fine using the same tokens again and again, then there is no need of
Yeah.
these penalty based parameters. Okay.
Okay, so it's purely configured on us. Yeah, we whether
Correct,
we
correct.
want or not.
Correct, upon us. And just to avoid that boringness, you can use this. But apart from that, there is no involvement whatsoever. If you're fine with the same tokens being used again and again in the output, you're free. to not use these penalty based parameters, which is why if you remember these penalty based parameters were by default set to 0. That means there was no involvement of it. Okay. So understood
Yeah.
the
So
reason,
so
buddy?
this
Huh.
is Yeah, so this is when I really set the open AI setup instead of as an end user, right? I mean, see, there will be two roles. One is who is the person who configures open AI, and
Hmm.
second is the end user, like me, who will be using that. So this is more from the open AI administrator and not for the guy who is actually end consumer. Is that
Not for your end user. Okay, not for your end user, but let's
okay?
suppose
Okay, got
you are correct. You are making this model available to a client. So you as an administrator will do these changes. The client won't have access to change any of the behavior.
Okay, understood. Yeah, that's what was also confusing. And second thing is, see, because it's you and me, both are using the same this, yeah.
Hmm.
So, so what will happen is, if we ask both the same questions, like about a policy, new policy which has come into our organization, yeah,
Hmm.
it might happen that we both are asking the same thing. And instead of, because see, token is, if there is a token limitation, definitely we don't want that both should be using token two times. Yeah, because the request and response both consumes token. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Correct.
In
Correct.
that case, can we cache it like externally? Like example, there will be one cache like Redis or something, which will cache it so that if you ask that and you get the response, then if I ask a similar thing, it won't go to the LLM token consumption. It will be cached and just return me from directly from the cache. Is it possible?
No, that caching is not possible. Only thing that is possible, buddy, is remembering the past messages in the chat history. Apart from that, no caching is done. So caching is not done over here.
Okay, because see,
Okay.
remembering it in the sense, the reason being I am kind of concerned is
Hmm.
because if we both are from the same organization, we both have logged in as a separate user,
Hmm.
then our contexts are different, and that's where I was looking at this caching as
Correct.
a solution.
So
Okay,
the
okay,
GenAI model by itself doesn't cache. Now, what you can do is this GenAI model, you can make it available as an application, right? For example, what
okay,
OpenAI has done, this GPT-4 model, they have made it available as a chat GPT application. Correct?
okay,
Agreed?
okay,
So when you make
okay,
that model available through an application, in that application, you can make changes. That okay, these messages remember in the cache, and that cache you then pass to the GenAI model. But the GenAI model by default, it doesn't have capability to remember anything in cache. Okay. It only can remember past messages. So what it does is, okay, so for example, in your chat GPT application, you might have multiple chat windows, right? We call it chat windows. Some people call it chat
chatbot,
sessions.
chatbot, or something.
Chat sessions,
Correct,
right?
correct.
You have a button over there in chat GPT saying new chat, with which a new
Correct.
chat window gets open. So
Absolutely.
what that application does is your chat GPT application, it has multiple chat windows, chat window 1, chat window
Correct.
2. In that chat windows, whatever messages are there, the application remembers, the model doesn't remember. Then what
Yeah,
happens
correct, correct,
is,
correct. Yeah.
to
Mm-hmm.
your GPT model, okay, depending upon the chat window you are in, what happens is, let's suppose GPT-4 model, the application takes the messages in this chat window and passes it to this model using that past
Correct.
messages concept, this concept, past messages concept. Okay.
Okay.
And you will see that when
Uh-huh.
I will show you the with code approach, you will understand this in a more better way. Currently, we are only interacting with the GenAI model using the without code approach. You will see when we use the with code
Okay.
approach, you will understand this in a more better way. Okay. So to answer your doubt,
It's
the
so that
model,
is,
huh,
yeah, itself never caches. Yeah, that's the thing which I got it from this. Yeah,
uh,
or understood.
so
But
the,
instead, my
hmm,
application has to, so whatever my chatbot application, that has to take care of
huh,
caching it and doing, yeah.
correct. The
Okay.
model
Okay.
itself does not do caching. So it depends upon you that when you will make that model available as an application, whether you want to enable that caching feature in your application or not. It depends on that person who creates that application.
Application.
Okay, but the model itself will not do any caching for you.
Absolutely correct. Thanks a lot. Yeah, this is
Yes.
Smith. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Yes. Any other doubt, guys? Then let me know. Okay. Then I guess Umesh has a doubt. Okay. Umesh says that what is the difference between AI Foundry and Azure OpenAI? Okay. So it's like this, guys. So basically, what you are asking is, see, it's like saying that what is the difference between cricket and ground? Okay. So cricket is played on ground, right? Similarly, guys, your Azure OpenAI models are being played on the Foundry portal. We are interacting with them on the Foundry portal. Okay, so when you say that, okay, explain the difference between Azure OpenAI models and Foundry portal, it's like asking that, okay, explain the difference between cricket and cricket ground. Cricket is played on cricket ground. Similarly, Azure OpenAI models are being played with on the Foundry portal. Okay, so Foundry portal is the place where you will work with Azure OpenAI models. Okay, so two separate scenarios. Okay, fine. And so that was your doubt, Umesh? Was that something that you are asking? Okay, then I guess Aditya has a doubt. Aditya says, so all the responses for the same request different. So do the models use databases to store request and response? See, Aditya, here the model only remembers few messages in its chat history, right? Previous messages it will forget. Now it depends upon the application. So for example, the chat GPT application might use some database to store your messages. Okay, the model itself does not use any database. The application might use database. For example, in your chat GPT application, there could be multiple chat windows. In your chat window 1, you have 10 messages. In your chat window 2, 5. In your chat window 3, 18 messages, like that. So your application might use databases to store those messages. Okay, but the model itself does not communicate with any database whatsoever. Okay,
I
so
mean, so Smith, this is the same thing. I think we are all having the similar understanding or problem where we are binding directly the chat application with the LLM, which is not the case. Looks like it's a separate layers. Yeah.
correct.
And so application is like normal your application where you do whatever you want, you cache it,
Huh,
you write to database, whatever you want to do. That is a separate task than you're talking to LLM. Yeah, that's what I think the
correct.
confusion is. So maybe,
Right.
yeah. Right.
So the LLM model, or you call the Gen AI model, there are two types: LLM, SLM, large language models, small language models. Anyways, we'll just call them Gen AI model for simplicity. So your Gen AI model does not interact with any database. So what happens over here, Manish, is that whenever we pass a request, okay, let's suppose over here, let me show you a scenario. So for example, I tell the model that, okay, give sentiment of users input. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and add examples to the model that, okay, if there's a positive review, give a score of +1. If there is a negative review, give a score of -1. If there is a neutral review, give a score of 0. Okay, I'll say that if there is a neutral review, give a score of 0. Okay, I'll say give a score of 0 in case of neutral review. Okay. So here, Manish, what happens is now whenever I'll pass a input to the model, what happens is, let's suppose I pass this input saying that this hotel room is very bad. Okay. So it's not like the model only takes this input. No, all of these messages are passed as a bunch every time when you pass your input. Okay, they are passed as a bunch. So at every input, what it does, it takes these messages also, and all of these messages collectively are passed to the model. So the model does not have any storage capacity, remember. Okay,
Mhm.
the model does not have storage capacity. The application
I
that we are
agree.
using, it takes those messages, those previous messages, combines it with your main input and passes it to the model. Model does not have any storage capacity to remember your message. Even here, when we are saying that, okay, here it will remember 10 messages, model does not remember 10. The application, currently you can see this is an application provided to me, right? This
Yeah.
application has
I
that capability. The model does not.
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
But this brings one more point, if you don't mind.
Huh.
See, the thing is, because there was something on the hybrid kind of scenario where I had attended one seminar where they
Huh.
talked about vector database which is
Hmm.
consumed by your model, right? But
Huh.
here the thing is we are not talking about vector database because it is behind my model, which is model internally uses that vector database
No,
in
no.
this
That
cloud scenario. Is it correct?
vector database will only come into play when you are using your own data, when you are passing your own data. And we'll talk about
Rack
that.
based,
Correct.
rack based kind of.
Correct.
Yeah.
But here we are not passing
And
our own data. Here the model is giving answer based on its own training data. Here there is no involvement of vector database whatsoever. But when you
okay,
are
okay.
passing your own data, for your own data, it will need a database.
So it's a rack kind of CG scenarios where we'll need
Correct. So going
transport.
forward,
Yeah,
when we'll
okay.
see passing our own data, at that time it will come into play. But here there is no
Makes sense.
involvement of any
Yeah.
database whatsoever. Okay. Yes, the application might
No,
use database to store messages, but the
no
model doesn't
caching
store
or
messages.
whatever. Yeah. Correct, correct. Okay. Makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, welcome. Then Umesh has a doubt. Yes, Umesh. Uh, you have raised your hand. Okay. Anand says, can AI models be changed as in passing? Huh, that can happen. Okay, and that scenario can be done in a better way using the with code approach. Using the without code approach, there are limitations of what you can do because you are bounded by the UI given by the application. Okay, but in the with code approach, you can do that. Okay, so we'll explore the with code approach now, and it can be done using the with code approach. So that's the benefit of with code approach, that you can do that customization that you want. Okay, whereas in the without code approach, you are bound by the UI limitations of your application. Whereas in the without code approach, you can do many customizations. That's the benefit. So although without code approach requires coding knowledge, which is a bad thing, or okay, if you don't have that coding knowledge, you will feel it's tedious to work with the with code approach. So in that case, yes, there's one advantage of with code approach, which is that it requires extra knowledge, but the advantage is that you can do many customizations. That's the advantage of with code approach. We'll see with code approach now. It will become more clear to you. Okay. Then Aditya says the penalties are used to limit the amount of text. No, no, the penalties are used to avoid the usage of same token in the upcoming sentences of the response. Okay, penalties are used to avoid usage of same tokens in the upcoming sentences of the response. So Aditya says, will the tokens like at, the, they can be, will be impacted also? Yes, these penalties are applied to all the tokens. Okay, but what happens is to these tokens like at and the, their original probability itself is such high, okay, so high that even after you apply penalties, still it does not get affected. So for example, a token like at, it would have a probability of 0.9. So even if you reduce the probability from 0.9 to 0.6, it would not have that much influence. So again, here while applying penalty, you should not apply a very big penalty also. Okay, because just like with top P, if we set a very big top P value, it is bad for us. If we set a very low top P value, that is also bad. Similarly, for your penalty also, okay, you have to choose a middle ground. And if you are asking that whether penalties are applied to all the tokens, yes, they are applied to all the tokens. They are even applied to these common tokens like at and the and so on. So again, you will have to make sure that in general, the penalty that you apply is not too big, and whatever penalty value you choose, it is applied to all the tokens. Okay. Not only to commonly used tokens, but all the tokens in the response. Okay. Fine. So as I mentioned, guys, frequency penalty and presence penalty are used to avoid usage of same token aired in the upcoming sentences of the response. Okay. The goal is the same. The approach to achieve that goal is different. That's why it's better to use one out of these two penalty based parameters and not both. Okay. Fine. Umesh says unmute me. Okay. I'll unmute you. Yes, Umesh.
Hey, Smith. Hey,
Yes.
thanks for the great session.
Ah.
So my question is more about the scalability. So, the number of application that this model can handle concurrently, right? If that is can be tuned here to scale out, say if it does like 10 concurrent session at a time, right? And if that limit can be scaled out by some, adding the more hardware, more infrastructure from the foundry or something else can be done. Just, the case if I have some kind of a SaaS application, right?
Hmm.
I'm catering like thousands of the chats, right?
Hmm.
In that case, there are 1,000 users who are trying to interact with the model through the chat application, right? So in that
Hmm.
scenario, how does the model can scale out?
Okay. So now it depends upon where that model lies. Okay. So for example, if you're choosing a Gen AI model that is available on Azure, you might say that Smith, these same Gen AI models were available outside of Azure, right? For example, can I say, Umesh, that the same GPT-4 model is also available on Chat GPT's website, correct?
Mhm.
And even that can be used if code if I want.
Yep.
So you might say, how is Azure helpful? Why are we
Yes.
using Azure? The thing
Yes.
is, Azure will handle all that scalability for you. You do not get any option for
Mhm.
scalability. Remember, you cannot
Mhm.
customize it, but you
Mhm.
can be sure that Azure will handle that scalability for you.
Okay. And what is the limit? Is there any documentation available on the how what's the limit of
No, there is no limit. Azure does not give you a limit that okay, the only we can handle these many number of users per request. It
Mhm.
handles that for you automatically. But the idea is that okay, if you are working with different applications, it's better to use different deployed models.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
different deployed models. That's the idea. But again, your
Mhm.
first thing is on Azure, you don't have to worry about scalability. But you might
Mhm.
say that, okay, I still want to do
Okay.
customization with respect to scalability. In Azure, you do not get that option. It handles it for you automatically. It does not give you that option. Okay.
Got it. Thanks.
Correct. Okay. Yes, welcome. So the same models could be
But
available on different platforms.
sorry,
Hmm.
but so Smith, one limitation is of token is there, right? Because you have always budgeted tokens, right? Or no?
Hmm.
Because that is always the where we fall back, right? If we extend beyond, go beyond some tokens, then there will be limitation, correct? Or no?
See, if there are more number of tokens, it's just that the time taken to give you answer will be more. Okay. And you are saying about limit of tokens, depending upon the model, it has that much limit for processing. For example, this model, GPT-4 model that we have deployed, you can see at a time it can handle these many tokens in one response. If I had chosen a model like GPT 3.5, its capability would be less to handle that many tokens internally.
But
Okay.
here then somebody asked Umesh, I think, asked about the scalability. So in that case,
No, no.
suppose we have, say, example, requirement of more people or
Huh,
requests coming in. So
huh.
can't we make it? I mean, can't we ask Azure to take care of, or to do example? We have 15,000 people who are
Hmm.
concurrent users. In that case, how we, because if it stops as 4096, then what about my other users? Are
No,
they
no.
waiting
So what
till?
happens is every input is passed as a different thread. Okay. So yes, multiple users are handled, but in one user, okay, for example, a user passes an input. And here, this model has how much capacity that, okay, in one response, it has 4096. Now, let's suppose at the same
Correct.
time, passes an input. Again, same uh, limit will be applied, but these inputs are passed as a thread. Okay, different thread. So this input is different as compared to some other input that other user would pass.
So when we
Again,
say thread
hmm,
means it will all be different processes, like in the
correct,
normal
different
computing.
processes that will be learning. Correct.
Okay, so everybody has a 4096 capability. Is that
Correct.
understood?
Every
Correct?
right,
Oh, okay, okay.
right. So for
Hmm.
every input, when you get a different response, right? Every response will have this limit.
Okay, okay. So it's not 4096 is the limit of the number of concurrent users. Okay, okay.
No. It's a limit for number of tokens in one single output message.
Okay. So, but agar mera, I mean, if my response or request is taking more than 4096, in that case, that will be slowed down. Is that correct?
Now again, there is a thing. What is the thing that this model, okay? Let's suppose you have a GPT-4 deployed model. Okay. This
Correct.
deployment has a limit. What limit? It has a total limit. See, in one response to I showed you the limit, right? 4096.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. 4096. But each model also has a limit. Okay, let's suppose 4096.
Okay.
This one 4096. Okay, but the overall model also has a limit. So for example, the overall model has this GPT-4 model has a limit of 1,28,000 tokens. So for example, let's suppose user 1 used 4,000, user 2 used 4,000, 8,000 used. So that means from
Correct.
1,28,000, 8,000 tokens will be used.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and you can see
But
that limit over here below. Can you see?
okay.
1,028. Why? You can see it as these system messages, user messages, assistant messages. All of these things are also passed during the input, right?
Mhm.
So it
But
treats
what will
that.
happen then? Agar, say, is a 128,000 means around, suppose example, uh, 3000 or sorry, 300 kind of request example. In
Huh.
that case, what about my more, if we have more than that? Will it stop working or it will not
No.
be
It will
responding?
remove it will then remove the previous messages that would be there. Okay, the
Okay.
previous tokens it would be there. So you will have to make sure that okay that previous tokens is removed. So for example, over here you will see if I ask it what is 1 second, I'll just start a new session. What is the full form of HTTP? Let me pass a response over here. And you can see it says 11 tokens. Some tokens of my input, some tokens of my output. Again, if I pass more things, what is the full form of GPT? Again, from 11, you can see it has increased now to 26, like that.
Correct.
Okay, so
So
it
once
says
this
that
crosses 128, 128,000, then what will happen? Yeah, that's the point. Okay.
so what you will have to do is you will have to then make sure that okay, um, you the previous ones, okay, the previous tokens, okay, that would be mentioned in its context, you would then have to remove it. Okay, so for
Yeah.
example, if I
These
remove these, you
are
can see
per day,
again
is
it.
it? 128,
No, it's
12800
overall.
is per day.
No, not per
Overall,
day,
okay.
overall.
Maximum capacity.
Across
That
years,
is the
across many
maximum.
years. Total capacity.
Okay. 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 It's like storage. कितना
Correct.
कर
So you will
दीजिए
have
इसको?
to
I
make
need to
sure
remove my brain.
that what people
Yeah.
usually do, I will tell you, they create multiple deployments. Okay. First deployment, second deployment, and so on. Third deployment. And what they do is they try to route their traffic through these multiple deployments. Okay. You can configure
Okay.
it that way. Okay. Through your code, you can configure that. Okay. Total requests that are coming around 10% of requests routed to first deployed model, 20% to second deployed model, 70% to third deployed model, like that. So To avoid this scenario, they create multiple deployments behind the scenes. And do you remember when OpenAI created that ChatGPT application? Uh, on the first 2 days, that ChatGPT application crashed. Do you remember?
Yeah, that's
Why?
correct. Yeah.
Because they had not created multiple deployments of that model. Then going forward, they
Mm,
got an idea that okay, 1 million requests are coming, so maybe we should create these many deployments of the model and route traffic accordingly.
mhm. Makes
Okay, so
sense. Yeah,
through
that's good.
code you will have to configure this traffic then. Okay,
Perfect.
fine.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, very good. Okay, fine. Now what we'll do, guys, is here I have shown you the without code approach, right? But the with code approach is left. What's the benefit of with code approach? With code approach, you can do a lot of customizations. Okay, that's the benefit. Okay. So for example, using this GPT model, I want to create my own application. So with code, I can do it. Okay, let me show you. So with code, how you can go ahead and interact with your GenAI model. As I mentioned, there are two ways to interact with the GenAI model. One is using the without code approach, which we have seen. Another is using the with code approach. Let me now go ahead and show you the with code approach. 1 second. I'll work in a different folder over here. Let me go to this delivery folder and create a new subfolder for our class. I'll call it webinar August 2025. Okay. I will open this folder through a tool called Visual Studio. You can use any coding tool. Okay. I'm going to use a tool called Visual Studio. Any coding tool you use, it doesn't matter. All right, let's go ahead. I'll create a new file. I'll call it test.py. All right. Now, guys, over here, I am inside of my coding file, right? Which is available inside of my laptop. And I want to use a Azure OpenAI resource, which is available on Azure portal, right? Currently, there is no link between my coding file and the resource that I want to access, right? Currently, there is no link between my coding file and the resource that I want to access. So what will I have to do? I will have to establish that link, right? How to establish that link? Through authentication. So I will try to authenticate to this Azure resource. In order to do that authentication, I will require two things. One is key of the resource. Second is endpoint of the resource. One is key of the resource. Second is endpoint of the resource. Let's see how to get it. So I'll go to my resource. Okay, I'll go to my resource and under resource management, there is an option called key and endpoint. From here, I can get the key and endpoint of my resource. There are two keys available, primary key and secondary key. You can use any one of them. It's just that one extra key is given to us for backup purposes. So if anything is wrong with the first key, till that time you can use the second key for your work. Okay, so you can use any of the keys. I'll use one of the keys and mention it over here in my coding file. Okay, then I'll mention the endpoint as well. Let me go ahead and let me mention the endpoint. Okay, and fine, that's it. Now what I will do is I will go ahead and try to show you how to interact with the with the Gen AI model using the with code approach. Okay. Remember, I have a GenAI model available on Azure OpenAI service. So first I will have to authenticate it using the key and endpoint. In order to perform that authentication, I will require help of a class which I will import. So from OpenAI library, I have a class called Azure OpenAI. Okay. Now let's go ahead. Uh, I'll just go ahead, copy this class and this class I'll try to use. Currently, I'm getting auto completion because of Copilot that is enabled. What I will do is I will disable Copilot. I don't want this auto code completion to be shown to me. It distracts me, so I don't want that auto code completion. So I'll say disable for now. All right. Fine. And I now should not have this auto code completion being displayed to me. All right, let's go ahead. So as I mentioned, using this class, you will go ahead and you will 1 second. Again, it's there. Let me uninstall it altogether. Uninstall. This is already uninstalled. Fine. Now I hope that auto code completion should not be there. Okay, it's now not. Okay, I guess I might have to reopen Visual Studio to not get auto code completion. It's too distracting for me. Let me close this and then I will open it up again. Okay, I'll close this and open it again. Let me open it again over here. I don't like that auto code completion. Fine, if it's there, not a issue. I just needed to remove that extension. Okay, hopefully now it should not show me any auto code completion. Let's hope. All right, so using the key of the resource, using endpoint of the resource, we'll go ahead and try to do authentication. Okay, so fine. Let me do that using key of the resource, using endpoint of the resource. We'll go ahead and we'll do authentication. Let's do it. Okay. Now remember, we are using the coding based approach. That means the API based approach. So over here, I will have to mention that using which API I want to go ahead and pass a request to the model. So there are different APIs available. Sorry, let me just try to search for API. You can go ahead and look at the documentation to figure out which is the correct API version. By the way, I will use a API version that I usually use. Okay, which is I remember it was made on 2023, 15th of May. Okay, there are other API versions as well. You can go ahead and look at the documentation page online and find out that which API version to use. So for example, you can see for newer models, these are the API versions available. The earlier API versions are for old models. Old models did not remember previous chat history. Okay, those were called completion models. Whereas chat completion models are newer models that do remember previous chat history. Anyway, so for these new models, we have to look at these API versions. So make sure to use a API version that is not in preview stage, because if a API version is in preview stage, then sooner, after a few months, that API version is going to get retired. Okay, so make sure to choose a API version that is not in preview stage. It's a stable API version, which is what I have used. Okay, fine. Even after this, some more API versions have come. So you can go ahead and look at the documentation page available to understand that, okay, which is the API versions that are available and whichever you want to use, you can use it. Okay, with this, what will happen is access to resource will be granted. What will happen? Access to resource will be granted. Once access to resource is granted, I can go ahead and pass my input to the GenAI model available in this OpenAI resource, and I will be able to interact with that GenAI model. Fine. Let me pass some messages. Now remember, whatever messages we need to pass, they need to be passed using a list of dictionaries. Using a list of dictionaries. You can see these square brackets in Python denote a list. Curly brackets denote a dictionary. Okay, Python developers would know that. All right, let me go ahead and let me pass an input message from the user. I will say that the user is asking for the full form of HTTP. Okay, fine. Let me go ahead and let me pass this message to the model. So what I will do is I will ask the resource that now that I have gained access to you, please go ahead and ask the model to do chat completion, and based on that, create a response. Okay. So this request we want to pass to our deployed model. So we'll have to mention our deployment name. Remember, we don't have to mention our model name. We have to mention our deployment name. So what is the name of our deployment? The name of our deployment is first deployment. Okay. Remember, we don't need to pass our model name. We need to pass our deployment name. So we'll say our deployment name is first deployment. Usually people get confused because of this parameter. Okay. In fact, in the certification exam also, of OpenAI, it is asked that do you have to pass model name or deployment name? So at that time, you have to say that no, we have to pass deployment name. Okay, fine. Anyways, after this, let's go ahead, let's pass messages to our model. Okay, remember your whatever messages you are passing need to be passed as a list of dictionaries. And after that, any parameters that you want to use. If you do not pass any parameters, then default value of those parameters are considered. For example, I have not passed value for temperature parameter. So default value for temperature parameter, whatever it is, will be considered. I have not passed value for frequency penalty parameter. So default value of that frequency penalty parameter will be considered, and so on. With this, we'll get a response from the model. Okay. With this, we'll get a response from the model. And by the way, my message is not written correctly. I've mentioned that here the user is passing a message, but the content of the message needs to be mentioned correctly, that okay, this is the content of the message. Fine. Now it will work. Okay. And what I will do is I'm asking the resource to pass a request to the Gen AI model to do chat completion. Whatever is the response from that Gen AI model will store it. Okay, fine. Let's go ahead. And all right, we'll just simply go ahead. And what we'll do now is we'll try to run this code. By the way, currently it seems there is some issue. I have not put a comma over here after the end of this parameter. Fine. After this, it will work. Let me now go ahead and run the code. Let's see what is the response from the model. We'll get raw response from the model, which will not make sense to you at first, but don't worry, we will refine that raw response. First, let's see the raw response made by the model. We'll refine that response. Don't worry. Okay. First, let's see the raw response. I'm asking a question to the model. I'm asking it what is the full form HTTP, and here it has given that answer. Okay, but apart from the answer, it has also given other metadata like what total number of tokens used and ID of the request and so on. Other metadata I'm not concerned with. I'm only interested in this main answer. Okay, my main answer. Let's see how will we get it. So using this attribute called ID, we'll be able to refer this ID value. But using this attribute called choices, we'll be able to refer this value that I've highlighted in blue. Now in this highlighted part, I have my answer as well. Okay. So in order to get my answer, I have to uh, get that answer using this attribute called choices. So I'll have to mention that over here. Using the attribute choices, let's see what value we get. Okay. So let's see. This attribute called choices refers which value? It should refer a list, and it does refer a list. Now what I'll do is I will try to fetch first value from that list using index 0. Let's see what is the first value of that list over here. I'll go ahead and run the code again. Let's fetch the first value of that list. Okay, now I want this main answer, this highlighted part. Let's see how will we get it. Using this attribute called finish reason, we'll get this answer called stop. Okay, using this using this attribute called index, we'll get a different answer. Using the attribute log probs, we'll get a different answer. But using the attribute message, we get this highlighted part as the answer. And in my highlighted part, my main answer is also present. So what I'll do is I will say I want to use this attribute called message, and let's see that attribute refers which value. Let's see that attribute over here refers which value. I'll run the code again. Let's see now. Let's check. Now, in order to get our main answer, we can get it by using this attribute called content. Okay, so let's get it. I will say I want to check the value present in this attribute called content. And with that, we'll get our main answer only. So it should say that full form of HTTP is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Okay, and we do get that answer. So this is how you can go ahead and interact with the model using the with code approach. Now guys, just like using the without code approach earlier, we did prompt engineering. Even here you can do that. Okay, so how did we do it earlier? If you remember earlier, what we did was whatever direction we want to give to the model, we can go ahead and give that direction using the field called system message field. Even here through system message field, you can go ahead and give a general direction to the model. So for example, here you can ask the model that you want the model to do sentiment of users input. Okay, so the model will do that. So going forward, if you pass an input saying that this hotel has very small rooms, so there's a negative sentiment. So you should get a response from your model saying that the sentiment is negative. Okay. Let me go ahead separate the messages with a comma so that my syntax is fine. And now I have passed the input to the model saying that this hotel has very small rooms. I've also told the model that the model should give sentiment of the user's input, and it does say that sentiment of the user's input is negative. Let's suppose we want to do more customization like earlier. Okay, so we use that Zomato example wherein we said that using text reviews, I want to calculate score for the restaurant. So for a positive review, we want to assign a score of +1. For negative review, we want to assign score of -1. For neutral review, we want to assign score of 0. How did we do that? If you remember earlier, I did that, okay, by passing examples to the model. If you want, you can go ahead and do that by passing a text inside system message field. But sometimes you might feel that through words, you will not be able to communicate the full story. If you feel like that okay, through words, you're not able to communicate the full story, then you can go ahead and give examples to the model. How to do that? We earlier did that using user message field and assistant message field, right? This time also we'll do the same. User message field and assistant message field. Let's do it. So I'll pass the example. I will say that if in case the user passes an input, if in case the user passes an input saying that, um, what can I say? I will say that let's suppose user passes a positive input. So in this case, the model should give me a score of +1. Okay. So I'll say the model should give an output of +1. Remember, your user message in the example will act as the input for your example, and the assistant message in the example will act as output. So I want to tell my model that if in case the user passes a positive input, give a score of +1. Okay. Then I will give another example to the model. I will tell my model that if in case the user passes a input which has a negative sentiment, in that scenario, give a score of -1. Then I'll pass another example to the model. I will say if in case the user passes an input which has a neutral sentiment. Okay. In that case, the model should output a score of 0. Fine. All right. Let's see if the model understands that or not. Okay. And let's see for our input what score it gives. It should give a score of -1 as the input that we have passed is negative, and it does do that. Remember guys that if your user message field is immediately followed by assisted message field, it is treated as an example. But if your user message field is not followed by assistant message field, it is not treated as an example. It is treated as a main input to the model. And at a time, you can only pass one input at a time. Let's suppose you pass two user messages, then what will happen? The latest one will be considered, the previous one will be forgotten. Okay, so it's better to pass one input because even if you pass multiple input at a time, the model will only take one. The previous inputs it will forget. Okay, fine. So guys, the point that I'm making is that the same thing that we can do using the without code approach, the same exact thing we can also do using the with code approach. With this, I've tried to show you that how you can go ahead and interact with a GenAI model. We have only interacted with a GenAI model up till now. As I mentioned earlier, there are two ways to interact. One is using the without code approach, other is using the with code approach. And I've showed you both the approaches of interacting with a GenAI model. Okay. Now let me answer the questions posted in the chat. Yogesh says, which language do we use to interact with the model? Yogesh, if you're talking about the models available through Azure OpenAI service, two languages are supported, Python and C Sharp. Okay. At least few months earlier, these two languages are supported. You have to go ahead and see documentation at that time. Right now, these two messages are supported. In fact, um, I know right now, even in the certification exam related to Azure OpenAI, it only asks you questions related to these two languages. Okay. Some other languages are introduced. I don't think so. I will have to look at the documentation. But at least few months back, only these two languages are supported, Python and C Sharp. Okay. To interact with the OpenAI model. Though it's better to look at the documentation available at that time and see. Okay. Which languages are supported. Okay. Somewhere in the documentation, it will mention that. Okay. Here, let me just show that to you. Azure OpenAI SDK. And here, let's see. SDK, Python, And I guess they have introduced Java as well. Okay. They not mentioned C sharp, but even C sharp is there, guys. Okay. Even C sharp is there. And you will get to know that when you will actually try to download the GitHub repository. One second. Let me show you the same so that it makes more sense to you. So I'll say Azure OpenAI um, GitHub repository. And here you will see support for C sharp as well. Although in the documentation, it's why it's not explicitly mentioned C sharp, it's strange. But C sharp is also
They have mentioned
supported.
.NET. They have mentioned .NET, so
They
maybe
have
that
mentioned.
might be the reason.
Oh, okay.
.NET.
One
Yeah.
second. Okay, fine. Then I guess, yeah, C sharp templates. Okay, fine. They have done it. Okay. So with this, these languages are supported. Although I remember in the certification exam, you will only get questions for C sharp and Python. Okay. They won't ask you questions for Java and other languages. Okay. But they do keep on updating language. So it's better to look at the documentation page available at that time. But remember, up till now in the certification exam, they'll only ask you questions related to either Python language or C sharp language, not Java language. Okay. Let me answer the questions over here. Mention in the chat. Yogesh says, which language do we use to interact with the model? That I have answered. Nagraj says, if multiple threads are running. No, see, it treats it as a, again, it depends upon the compute, how, like whether the compute is capable to handle that many threads. Okay. And your Azure takes up care of that compute. But yes, you can, you know, assume that yes, with more number of threads, at some point the performance will get impacted depending upon the compute that Azure has chosen. Here will not be able to change the compute that Azure uses for model deployment. Okay, Azure handles it for us automatically. Okay, but yes, okay, there will be a certain limit for that compute. Okay, but what will Azure do is it will handle that limit automatically. Yes, for few minutes, if there is a sudden load, it will be caught off guard, and maybe the process will be slightly slow for maybe few minutes, but then it will handle the adjust the compute, get more compute resources, and it will handle that for you. Okay, but yes, in general, with more number of threads, the performance does get impacted, but Azure takes care of that for you. If it feels that, okay, with the compute that it has, too many threads are being called, then it will create another separate compute in its team. Okay, and so on. Fine. Umesh says sounds like an entire different topic of scalable AI application with routing request to deployment. So scalability, when you will create application, scalability is a different, I mean, related to application making. But yes, in this lecture, we'll not talk about scalability though. Okay, although I've given an overview, but we'll not see a demo of that explicitly. Okay, so yes, Umesh, if you're saying that, then yes. Okay, Yogesh then mentioned about language, I guess. That has been answered. Aditya talks about, can I use OpenAI website? Okay. Yes, you can do that. Okay, in that case, you will have to, you can get the key and endpoint from there as well. Okay, I guess when OpenAI had launched ChatGPT website around 2 years back, I assume 1.5 to 2 years back. At that time, I did use the uh, GenAI model from ChatGPT's website through code. Okay, so even there in the settings, I guess under developer section, you will get the key and endpoint. So yes, you can do it. Doesn't matter whichever GenAI model you want to interact with, you can interact. Okay. Okay, so if you don't have Azure portal, no need to worry. The same GPT-4 model, GPT 3.5 model is available on ChatGPT's website as well. But again, they have a limit there that I guess with free tier you can call it 5 times. Okay, at least 1.5 half years back, that was the limit. That with free tier you can only call the model 5 times. If you call the model more than 5 times, then you will have to pay some money. Okay. So 1.5 years back, that was the scenario. I don't know now what is the scenario, but yes, irrespective of the portal that you want to use, whether ChatGPT's portal or Azure portal, you can go ahead and interact with the GenAI model through any approach that you like. Okay, Prabhakar says in Azure, can you share how to get key? So Prabhakar, first the task is go to the Azure OpenAI resource. How to go to the Azure OpenAI resource? First come to the homepage of Azure. Now try to search for Azure OpenAI resource, the one that you have created. Okay, you can see we have created resource of this service. We'll go to the resource, and now under resource management, you can see on the left hand side on the resource management, there is an option called key and endpoint. From here, you can get the key and endpoint of your OpenAI resource. Okay, so this is how you can get it, Prabhakar. Umesh says, here while writing code, can we use help of Copilot? Yes, absolutely. I did not use Copilot because I wanted to show you code from scratch, but no need for you to remember this code. Okay, with Copilot, you can do this automatically. Okay, no need for you to remember this code. Okay, fine. Amuda says at the end, will you share it as? Yes, I will share this file. Okay, let me see. Okay, attach file option is not available. So what I'll do is I'll copy the code and paste it in the chat. I guess attach file option is not available to me in the chat. So I've just pasted the code in the chat. Maybe that will help you. Code is the same. Huh. You are saying with Copilot, or what are you saying? That with Copilot you generate code. Will the code be the same? Yes. Okay, the end result will be the same, though they might use a different approach. For example, here I have stored the key and endpoint directly in the file, which is not a good practice because if anybody has access to my coding file, they will be able to see the key, which is not a good security practice. So Copilot will introduce the same code, but with a better security practice. Instead of storing the key in this file, it will store the key in an environment variable, which will not be visible directly from this file. Okay. So for example, if I go to Copilot, let me go to Copilot and I'll show you that no need for you to remember any of this code. Copilot will handle it for you. Okay. Let me show that to you. So I will just go ahead and create a new file called code with copilot.py. Okay. For those who don't know Copilot, okay, remember there are three modes to interact with Copilot. One is ask mode, second edit mode, third agent mode. Okay, with ask mode, what will happen is it will only give you answer. Okay, but it will not edit the file. So for example, if you say that give me code to pass request to a GPT model deployed on Azure OpenAI. So what it will do is it will give you code suggestion, but it will not edit any of the file in the workspace. You can see in our workspace, there was no change. This is a workspace. In a workspace, there was no change. Okay, whereas in edit mode, you are giving Copilot capability to make a edit in the files of your workspace. Ask mode does not do edit. Okay, whereas edit mode does that edit for you. So now if I go ahead and ask it that, okay, give me the code to pass a request to a GPT model deployed on Azure OpenAI. Okay, it will give that code for you. And you can see I'm passing it with edit mode. So with edit mode, it will make a edit in the file itself. Okay, you will see that shortly it will do that for you. And you can see it does that for me. Okay. So maybe a different approach. Okay, there's a slightly more organized approach of coding. But even in my scenario, the code that I wrote and the code that Copilot wrote will give you the same exact answer. Okay, again, you can see messages here. It is only pass user message. But if you ask it to pass system message, assistant message, it will do all of that for you. Okay, fine. Then you can say that store the key and endpoint using environment variable. Okay, not necessary as such, but just to show you that you can pass request and Copilot will do it for you. So this was just to show you that yes, dude, there's no need for you to remember any code. Copilot will do that for you. Okay, it will suggest changes. It depends upon me whether I want to keep these changes or not. I will say no, I don't want to keep. I want to undo those changes. Okay, you might say that Smith, you see a third mode as well, agent mode. What does that do? So guys, with agent mode, what will happen is it will also run the code for you. So for example, let me give you a simple scenario. Okay, let's suppose I'm asking the Copilot to install the necessary libraries. So it will say that okay, for this scenario, what are the necessary libraries? So whatever are the necessary libraries, it will go ahead and try to mention them to me. Okay. But did it run the code for me? No, it doesn't run the code. So for example, if I go to test.py, here you can see there's this OpenAI library. I will say install the necessary library. So it will say that okay, here you are working with OpenAI library. So you need to install this library using this code. But does it run that code for me? No. Okay, it doesn't run that code. It just mentioned that as a comment to me. It doesn't run the code. But what if I want I want Copilot to also run the code for me? I can go ahead and select agent mode. And through agent mode, I can say that install the necessary library and it will even do that installation for me. Okay. It will even do that installation for me. So have a look. Okay. I will say install the necessary libraries for the current file. So it says that, okay, select a Python environment. We'll select a Python environment 3.13 version. Okay, then it says that, okay, it is going to install some library. Do you want me to continue? I'll say, yes, please continue. Please run the code. And you can see it's all running the code for me. It's installing the packages automatically. Okay, here I got an error. We can go ahead and try to solve that error. Again, I can pass a same request. Install the necessary library. Continue. Okay, and here, let's see, it looks like this failed because new some packages. Okay, it says select a previous Python environment. Okay, we'll select a previous Python environment, and with the previous Python environment, it would work. Okay, I guess this is the issue with my Python environment. But if I choose a previous Python environment, it will work. I'll say install the necessary library for the current file. And hopefully this time it asks for my Python environment and a new chat window. Or I guess if I've selected it once, it will not ask. Okay, I guess it is not asking that for me. Let me see if I can change the Python environment somewhere in Visual Studio. Okay, but fine. I will have to change the Python, this one, 3.3 version. Instead of that, let me use 3.11 version. Okay. And now let me run. So you can see with agent mode, it is even running the code for you. Whereas ask mode and edit mode do not run the code. Agent mode runs the code for you. Okay, so these are the three modes. If you want to learn more, I will go ahead and teach more about Copilot in today's session as well. It's up to you. Okay, fine. But for now, what I'll do is almost 1 p.m. So I will give you a short break. Okay, what we have done is out of the 3 points of today's agenda, we have covered point 1, which is to interact with Gen AI model. Guys, is this point clear how to interact with a Gen AI model? Yes, clear. Okay, I can see thumbs up, so I'm assuming it's clear. Okay, fine. All right. Wants to install Google Colab better over Visual Studio. Um, as a student, if you're starting with Python for first time, I would prefer that you use these notebook tools like Google Colab Notebook or Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so yes, if you're starting with Python If you're new to Python, I would say that notebooks will be better for you. Okay, because in tools like Visual Studio, what happens is all the code inside of the file gets run at once. Whereas in these notebook tools, what you can do is if you want to run few lines of code, you can run those few lines of code individually. Okay, that's the benefit of notebook like tools like Jupyter Notebook, Google Colab Notebook. So yes, if you're starting with Python, if you're new to Python, I would prefer that you use those notebook tools. Otherwise, for me, I prefer VS Code. Okay. But yes, if you're starting, I guess Google Colab Notebook or Jupyter Notebook will be better. Okay, fine. So what we'll do is we'll take a short break, guys, and after the break, after the lunch break, we'll be back and we'll continue our learning journey. We'll take a break of around 1 hour, okay, for your lunch, and after 1 hour, we'll be back and we'll continue our learning journey and we'll see the other points left in today's agenda. Remember, out of the 3 points in today's agenda, I've only covered point one. Okay. Point two and three are still left. We'll go ahead and cover that. And some students are asking me to cover Copilot as well. So fine, if time permits, and I'm sure time will permit, so we'll cover Copilot as well. Okay, fine. So let's come back after the break. We'll take a break of 1 hour. Till then, I'll just be on mute. Okay, and we'll come back after the break, guys.
Guys, before you leave, please do fill the feedback form and redeem your learning achievement badges. So just do these two things and then you can go for break, or even uh, if you can, or when you come back, please do fill this uh, feedback form and do redeem your learning achievement badges.